Well, welcome everyone. I invite you to take a seat and we are going to start. So, maybe we wait a bit more. Welcome everyone. So, I'm very happy to start this session, which is dedicated to improve forest management. We are going to talk about MRV, to economics around improve forest management projects. And to start, I think we will all feel more comfortable with the forest in the background rather than a wheat crop field, because most of us are interested to forests. So let me introduce myself. I'm Simon Martel. I work for I4C, the Institute for Climate Economics. We are a French-based think tank, an independent organization providing independent policy analysis on both mitigation and adaptation climate change policies. I have a background in forestry, and we have been working on carbon certification for 15 years at I4C. We prepared this session with Climate Kick together, and I had the privilege to be part of previous carbon farming summit. 2 years ago, I noticed that there were no sessions dedicated to forestry in Valencia. Last year, we had one session which was a great success on forestry, so dedicated to forestry. And this year, we can notice that there are 5 sessions with forestry in the title, which also show the momentum on the subject of carbon and forestry. So I'm just going to give you a few words of the general context and to give the objective of the session, and then I'm going to present the schedule for this session. The general context is that we have in Europe an European carbon sink which is around 200 million tons of CO2 per year now, and our target is of 310 million tons of CO2 for 2030. So we have a real challenge to reach this target, which is almost impossible now. There are various levers to reach this sink target, and among these various levers, the improved forest management one is one that in theory has a great potential. The European Scientific Advisory Board for Climate Change say that it's among the few practices that could deliver significant short-term removal at a relatively low cost, which is something important. On the other hand, forests are already suffering from climate change. The EU carbon sink has already decreased by 30% over the last 10 years. In some countries, it's even worse. And this decline was not predictable, and we can't predict the future of this sink. So it's a great challenge to find a way to store more carbon in the forest while knowing that this carbon sink is also going to suffer. So that's why improved forest management practices are very important, and that we are going to discuss this point to, in one hand, to meet the needs for forest adaptation for forest practitioners, and also to enable us to achieve our mitigation goals. So the objective today is to illustrate the diversity of improved forest management across Europe, to highlight what has already been implemented in Europe, and we are going to have a good example of that, to explore some innovation, for example, for MRV systems that are well adapted for such projects, and to discuss together enabling conditions and also barriers for this kind of project. This is the agenda of the session. So we have the chance to have different speakers coming from different European countries and representing different types of forestry contexts in Europe with different backgrounds. They will give short presentation, 7 minutes for each of them, and then we are going to have a panel discussion, and at the end we keep between 20 and 30 minutes for an interaction with you, taking your questions, comments, and so on. So I'm going to give a first presentation. I will try to be brief, to give some recommendation coming from European project, the Informa project, which was conducted research during the last years on bringing sustainable forest practices to store more carbon in forests. But first, let's define what is improved forest management. IFM projects are implementing in forests, which are already forests and which are remaining forests. That's something important. So basically, you implement practices that allow you to have more carbon a few years later, and not more carbon than the first stage, but also more carbon than a baseline, which is basically what would have happened without the project. We can categorize practices in different parts. There are conservation-like practices, management practices, and de-risking practices, but I'm going to come back to that later. This session is especially, we would like to give some insights to bring some food for thought for the development of the CRCF IFM methodology. So before to give in the technical parts, just a few words on where do we stand on CRCF and forest. We are going to speak only on the forest removals. Carbon storage in wood products are another methodology under the CRCF, basically in the carbon storage in buildings methodology. And to go very quickly on the timeline on the CRCF, so on the top here you have the general timeline, and on the bottom some dates for forestry. So there is an afforestation methodology that is going to be published this year. There was a public consultation in February, and normally this methodology is going to be published this summer, around this summer. And the work has started to build an improved forest management methodology. It has just started, so there will be developments all along the year to build this methodology. We already know some features for forest methodology. So basically, in the afforestation methodology, one important criteria is that we have temporary credits, and that the temporary credits for the afforestation methodology are defined for the moment for 40 years. That has to be confirmed, but that's important to have that in mind. Quickly, some results that we had in the Informa project based on a review on 15 existing IFM methodology. We went to different standards across the world to see what were the criteria in this methodology. Some challenge that we have noticed is that the first one is that there were a diverse range of practices behind the word of IFM. But in most international methodology, the focus was on reducing the harvest, either by postponing harvests or by implementing set-aside areas, for example. And in Europe, we also need to produce wood. So we need to find other way, complementary way to implement IFM practices. So our recommendation is to have a really diverse range of practices which also fit with the context, with the different European context, and to build methodologies that are really backed by science to demonstrate a real carbon impact. Then one important point was that the baseline were the core of different weaknesses and that have been very important for the different loopholes in recent carbon offset scandals. So to focus on baseline and to limit the choice given to project developer is something important, just to limit information asymmetry, which could be also to be okay to have some local data, but this data need to be independent. One recommendation was to explore the use of dynamic baseline and to avoid to choose baselines that fit with real conditions. And then there were questions on the impact on climate change on forests and on the different buffer and the amount of credits that are put in the buffers. But with the CRCF, we have both a buffer system, but also the system of the temporary credits, which with these two systems, we should tackle this problem. Very quickly, some development on assessing different innovation. So colleagues from KU Leuven has conducted research on some innovation for carbon project. A first very brief result was that remote sensing was great to reasonably estimate accurate estimate in total forest carbon stocks, but to differentiate between two different management practices, it was not so easy to detect small difference. So a lot of improvement is made in remote sensing, but today it's not so easy to use it for carbon project measurement. That's why in the project an assessment was made on a field app, which is basically a LIDAR-based app to measure DBH, AIDS, and to determine the species. It has been compared with conventional measure in the field, and the results were quite promising. The accuracy was quite good, and this app allowed to save 3 times, to go 3 times faster than with conventional measurement in the plot. And one conclusion was that this app was already important for data consistency. So that's an innovation that can be used for MRV in IFM projects. And very quickly, colleagues have been assessing dynamic baseline, so basically looking at the feasibility to use the Vera dynamic baseline in Europe, assessing the different national forest inventory system. And to be very quick, there are some constraints and some barriers to effectively use this dynamic baseline. Just to conclude, and to give you takeaway messages, a lot of practices for IFM in Europe. That's an important point. Innovation is key for the MRV to lower the administrative burden, but we don't see one-size-fits-all solution, so we need to combine approaches and to tailor these approaches to different contexts in Europe. Baseline are key, I already said that. And the long time scale in forestry is something very important as well, with a lot of uncertainty, and that's somehow a unique case in the European carbon farming context, and that's a case that we need to discuss also for economic questions. I'm not going to take more time, but I'm just going to introduce the next speaker with Swazik Figuer. Swazik is coming from France. She is a forest engineer at the National Center for Forest Ownership, the CNPF. She's specialized in forest carbon research and modeling, And in the past, she has been working in a research center developing a model on forest growth under climate change. Thank you very much, Swazik, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simon. Hello, everyone. So the presentation I'm giving today is about some results of a joint project between the French National Center for Forest Ownership, the French National Forest Office, our National Institute for Environmental and Agricultural Research, and the Institute for Climate Economics. So just to get started, a bit of context. France has its own voluntary carbon standard, which is called the Label Bas Carbone. It was launched in 2019, so 6 years ago, and it's currently mainly driven by forest activities. So roughly half of the credits in the standard are from forest activities, and it represents around 4.7 million TCO2 right now. Our most ancient methodologies are afforestation and reforestation. They have already undergone few upgrades. Can you hear me? Okay. A few upgrades since 2019. And the newest methodologies are improved forest management. And like, for example, the most recent one is about a rotation extension. And we have a few more coming up. So especially the first one, enrichment planting, which is the one we are going to talk about today. So currently, we have a methodology to address stand loss due to natural perturbation, like a windstorm, wildfires, pest outbreaks. So this is covered in the standard. But what happens if you want to act before the loss of the stand due to climate change? So the issue is that we currently have healthy juvenile stands that are deemed highly vulnerable to climate change. These are results from models, but also recent observation, like the spruce crisis we have in the east of France. And the other issue is the unplanned cost of adaptation for the forest owner and the forest manager. So the aim of this new methodology is to anticipate and finance this, the poor adaptation of naturally regenerating forests, to develop a technical framework and a financial incentive for enrichment planting, and to promote mixed species stands to increase resilience and ensure long-term wood production. And another idea behind this methodology is to address the growing demand from the public for alternatives to the clear felling and replanting model that prevails in managed forest in France for now. So in this methodology, enrichment planting is defined as a low-density plantation with a more resilient species into a natural regeneration, which is deemed vulnerable to climate change. So the idea is that you have your plots covered with natural regenerations, and you clear up some patches to introduce a more resilient species. There is a wide range of scenarios, but these are oversimplified schemes. So either you end up with a mixed stand with your original species and the enrichment species, and the forest cover is maintained, and this is the best case scenario. But the worst case scenarios would be that there is a complete dieback in the natural, the original species, and only the enrichment species remains. So moving on to the baseline scenario that is opposed to the project scenario, we had a bit of trouble to define these scenarios because we had a few options. So the first one is you are not happy with the initial species. It is not adapted. You worry that it's gonna experience high mortality rate in the future. So as a forest manager, you remove it and you plant another species that is better suited. So to us, it's the less plausible scenario due to prior investment. Natural regeneration require long-term thinking way before the, it's going fast. Way before the final cut. We are talking about 20 years. So the other option, which is the most conservative one, is that we put no assumptions on mortality pattern due to climate change, and we assume in the baseline scenario that you end up with a healthy stand with no impact of climate change. And the most realistic one is that due to climate change, you experience high mortality rates, but in modeling, it requires many strong assumptions, and we are not sure of which one is the good one. So speaking of modeling, the model we used, it was developed by INRAE, and we used it because it predicts the dynamic of mixed stands. It is calibrated using national forest inventory data, and it implements realistic management strategies that have been developed by forest management experts from the National Forest Office, so it is very grounded in reality. I'm sorry, I'm going very fast. So we oppose the vulnerable species, so we chose 6 species for now that are eligible. And we defined default vulnerability area that were drawn using a combination of climate compatibility model and present data. And we selected the enrichment species based on a few traits. The idea that you can keep is that it has to be growing faster than the original species, and it has to be more resilient to climate change. And okay. So as you may have guessed now, this methodology is not delivering a lot of carbon credit due to the very conservative baseline. So we have decided to develop a hybrid carbon crediting system. So we use ex-ante credit that are delivered after the first verification. It's a very, very low emitted volume, but it's meant to enhance the attractiveness of the project. And it's solely based on model predictions. And we add to this ex-post credits after a second verification, and then there is a potentially higher volume emitted because we revise the baseline to take into account the mortality that we cannot model. So there is no assumption. The reality is that there is dieback, so we can lower the baseline. Yeah. And in the label bas carbone, it's an innovation because it's mainly issuing ex-ante credits for now. So this is one of the first time we're going ex-post with this methodology. And a few messages to take home with you. So this methodology is the culmination of 3 years of work with experts from forest research, field management, and carbon market and policies. The carbon calculations rank among the most advanced in forest carbon methodologies because they rely on a robust peer-reviewed forest growth model that has been calibrated with forest inventory data local to the project area. It is designed to predict pure and mixed stand productivity, so there is a mixture effect in the model, and it allow us to incorporate very realistic management scenarios. And this methodology is a no-regret measure, and it's scalable across Europe, we think.
Thank you very much, Swazik. It was very interesting. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but please keep them for later. The next speaker is Vincent Furstenberg. Vincent is an Austrian forest scientist and practitioner. He's specialized in forest-based carbon projects and climate adaptation. He's the CEO and the co-founder of ECS Climate Solution, and today his work focuses on developing precise and realistic baseline to generate high-quality carbon removals. So please, Vincent, the floor is yours.
Perfect. I'm not going to stand there because it will lead me to talk freely and then time is just gone immediately, so I will stick to my notes. Today I will briefly present the ECS methodology for carbon removals through climate resilient forest transformation in managed forests. So we're talking about managed forests in Austria, meaning that the average size of our project is roughly between 500 and 5,000 hectares. So we're talking about existing forests, incredibly valuable ecosystems under enormous pressure. And that means that we have to first and foremost preserve them, and in order to do that we have to change them. So our aim is to increase resilient carbon stocks by at the same time supporting climate adaptation and biodiversity. We will talk about some of these points later in more detail, but the main goal was to use the precise project-specific data that we have in Austria and the neighboring countries, and at the same time to use a highly standardized process for the baselining to minimize the possibilities of manipulation for each project-based carbon project. As we are working with existing forests, climate stability, calamities, climate stability analysis, these are core elements of the methodology. So if we want to change forests, we have to understand their pain points. And the future stability of tree species in our system is evaluated in high spatial resolution by using national climate models, as you can see on the right. These climate models are using parameters like soil, altitude, exposition, geology, etc. And they give us the conditions for each species under a certain climate scenario. So on the right you can see the spruce conditions from 2036 to 2065. Based on this analysis, the tree species are categorized into climate stable, climate resilient, so to say, and climate unstable management groups. So as you can imagine, spruce, for example, in the dark green areas of this map has to be treated in a different way than in the yellow areas. Also for the baseline, baseline is the core of each good methodology. A standardized algorithm determines an objective rotation period for each tree species. That's the first step. This calculation combines traditional forest harvest calculations and climate persistence of species. The result is an objective harvesting volume per tree species. Combined with the conservative growth tables, the public Austrian growth tables, that underestimate growth usually by 10 to 20%. This defines the baseline carbon dynamics of each tree species in the forest. This can be a rising baseline, this can be a falling baseline. It's very individual per forest, per tree species. And the total makes the baseline carbon dynamics of the forest. So now that we know how the baseline is moving, the project line is where it's getting, of course, more interesting. The project line goes beyond the baseline. Together with the forest owner, we develop a carbon management concept tailored for the specific forest. The strategy focuses mainly on reducing vulnerable species and structures, which means this costs us carbon. We have to reduce the carbon in those segments. But we have to do that to make it a good project and to increase the resilience of the forest. At the same time, we want to increase the stocks of the climate resilient species and we want to promote biodiversity-relevant habitats, ecologically valuable species. And the result is a net increase, not only in carbon, but in resilient carbon stocks. Everybody working with diverse and especially closer to nature forests knows the current limits of remote sensing in these multi-layered forests. So for MRV, we are using existing high-quality data streams that are already in place in countries like in Austria, for example. So that means in between our classic inventory cycles that are high-detailed, on-the-ground, full inventories, we use existing third-party, mainly government-reviewed data streams as harvesting reports, calamity reports, etc. This allows a reliable ex-post year-by-year monitoring of the carbon flows of the forest, and together with the conservative growth that we know for the next 10 years, we can monitor and document and certify the change in carbon stocks. And here in the end, you see on the lower left a baseline scenario. This is a forest that is losing carbon, which is a very good example because most forests in Austria are losing carbon right now. The lower bits, the light green is climate vulnerable conifers, for example, spruce. And you see that in the baseline scenario, they are slightly losing carbon in that segment, but it's pretty stable. Whereas the forest is losing carbon in the mid and dark green section, which are the climate stable conifers and climate stable broadleaf trees. They're gaining, it looks like it's gaining a little bit of climate vulnerable broadleaf trees, and it's losing a lot of the biodiversity species. Whereas with our change management, we achieve that, first of all, the light green's volume, the light green climate vulnerable conifers, they get decreased. That costs us carbon, as I mentioned. So we have to swallow that basically and lose credits from that, or credit potential. But at the same time, we manage to increase the volume of the stable segments, stable broadleaf trees and conifers. And we manage to increase the biodiversity species by quite a lot. So in the end, as you can see, it's not a huge difference in total carbon, but it's a difference on the composition and the resilience of the forest. So in the end, the outcome is roughly 1 ton per hectare per year. But what we really want to achieve is to make the forest more resilient. So in summary, the ECS methodology combines robust forest inventory data, climate-informed management, and transparent monitoring to generate smart, climate-resilient carbon removals, as it is necessary in existing managed forests. Because everything else would be a risk both for the buyers and the landowners, and we want to avoid that at all costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vincent. So with Swazik and Vincent, we had 2 good examples of existing projects and methodology that are implementing resilient forest management. Now we are going to switch to some economic questions. The next speaker is Martina Agosta. Martina has a PhD in agricultural and forestry economics. She's working as a junior researcher at the Council for Research in Agriculture and Analysis of Agricultural Economics here in Italy. And she's in particular a member of the Forest Observatory at CREA. Martina, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. And today I will present you research design about the assessment of feasibility, economic feasibility on forest carbon credits project. Unfortunately, we have not data yet for applying this methodology, but we are collecting data. And to begin with, it is necessary to underline that only recently the National Registry for Forest Carbon Credit was approved in Italy, and it is waiting for the activation, for its activation from the Ministry. Instead, the agricultural section for agricultural registry is still in consultation at the ministry, the Italian ministry. The forestry register will be contained into the National Agricultural Information System, and this is the result of a growing interest to this topic, and for this reason there is the need to develop a tool for helping entrepreneurs to make economic decisions about this kind of investment. For this reason, we developed 3 research questions, and the first one is related to the type of production, the type of product. So, is it more profitable to continue sell timber or sell carbon credit? And to answer this research question, we are collecting data, as I said before, and we developed in particular a survey, a questionnaire, to be submitted to forestry and agricultural entrepreneurs who intend to undertake afforestation, or afforestation or reforestation projects on bare soil, or who intend to adopt a sustainable forest management on their forested areas. And in this questionnaire, we included several economic and financial questions with objective to rebuild the balance sheet of these companies. More in detail, the methodology is the cost-benefit analysis and the cash flow analysis. It is a cash flow analysis because we rebuild the entire lifetime of the investment, and hypothesizing 3 different timelines, 20 years, 30 years, and 50 years, because we guess that different timeline on the investment can have a different effect on economic return of this type of investment. But we don't know. And we will consider benefits in terms of revenues, timber and or carbon credits, which are the main product from this type of investment, and the cost. And we will have 2 main items of cost item. The initial capital expenditure, called CAPEX, that are the cost for starting the project, and the operating expenditure that represents the yearly operating for instance, for the maintenance or for silviculture operation. And in this slide, we reported the financial indicator useful to assess if the performance of this investment, if a project is effectively cost-effective or not. And in particular, the most important is the net present value that represents the actual economic value of the investment. And the second one is the discount benefits cost ratio, that is a ratio between the actual benefits and the cost and the actual cost. More in detail, if net present value is positive, and if discount benefits cost ratio is greater than 1, so it means that with a high probability, the investment will be economically viable. And the last one is a very useful index. It is the payback period that expresses the time needed in terms of year to recover the initial capital expenditure. That are the other 2 research questions. In particular, what is the minimum size in terms of surface area, and which is the minimum carbon credit prices needed to ensure the sustainability of the project. And to find these two values, called A star and P star, we will apply, sorry for the formulas, and we will apply the inverse formula of MPV in order to find the break-even point. The break-even point, as illustrated in the graph, is in the figure. The break-even point is the point where NPV, net present value, is equal to 0, and where revenues are equal to total cost. In conclusion, our objective is provide a tool for helping entrepreneurs to have a clearer view about the economic return of this investment and for help them to make a reasonable decision about this carbon credit investment. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina. So after France, Austria, Italy, we are going to Finland. Our next speaker is Ville Hietalahti. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. Yeah. So Ville is a business advisor at LUC, which is a natural resource institute in Finland. He's driving the commercialization of digital forest carbon twin technology. He brings with him 2 decades of work as a senior executive at Stora Enso, that you may all know, and has taken several group functions under finance and strategy. Ville, floor is yours.
How are we on time? Just want to check that. All right, good. Great to be here today. Happy to see that improved forest management is attracting a good level of interest in the participants. So I will first touch on the topic of the challenges around improved forest management, and as Simon pointed out, and I think also the previous speakers, it is a different ball game. If you compare that with, for example, with the afforestation projects, improved forest management involves a high level of complexity because of the multitude of different sub-methodologies or practices involved, because of the risk related to the permanence and reversal. This is spelling error there. And the question around the baselines. And then, of course, the financial feasibility of these IFM projects. And then, from my point of view, maybe the topic that I really want to underline is the cost of MRV. And the required accuracy of the MRV system applied. So we believe that, and I think it is well acknowledged, that digital MRV is really needed to strengthen the integrity, credibility, and scalability of improved forest management. That is to strengthen the carbon measurement with continuous and high-resolution data, improve the permanence tracking and reversal monitoring and detection, and in order to increase the transparency and trust through secure digital records. Moreover, scalability of high accuracy biomass and biodiversity measurement is needed, and then we really radically need to decrease the cost of MRV and the risk of human error. I will briefly present the project that we are working at LUCE. This is Digital Forest Carbon Twins, a Business Finland funded research to business project. The aim is to develop a precision forestry and digital twin platform, including a use case for carbon farming, digital MRV, focusing on afforestation and improved forest management. This platform and the solution is designed based on the guidance from the technical guidance from the Carbon Markets Infrastructure Group. You may recognize that, so we want to make sure that we align with that. And then, of course, ensure compatibility with the relevant standards, including Verra VM45 and then CRCF methodologies. The core data architecture in this solution builds on drone and using drones, LiDAR and photogrammic imaging in the data collection and data fusion with satellite data. So I want to emphasize our approach is direct measurement, not modeling or approximation. We then use AI-based algorithms in the, or the artificial intelligence advanced language models in the algorithm development for dynamic point cloud optimization. So when we run the drones, so we determine the optimal frequency for the point cloud. Then in doing the volumetric measurement, also we aim to identify and measure the deadwood in the forest. We are running pilots on this. And then, of course, most importantly, to be able to simulate different intervention scenarios to project the additional carbon accumulation. And then it's a no-brainer to do this all in blockchain to secure audit trail, transparency, and integrity of the project documentation. So this is basically a digital replica of the forest ecosystem, and our initial focus is on boreal forest. And to unpack this for you guys, so maybe to sum it up, it basically is moving from stand or parcel level resource planning to an individual tree level planning. These are some of the key capabilities and performance targets that we have determined. We use the UAV LiDAR data collection up to 5,000 data points per square meter. And just to give you a reference point, in Finland, the open forest data where the airborne data collection currently lands somewhere at 5 data points per square meter, giving approximately 10% margin error in the volumetric data. We focus purely on the above ground biomass, again, direct measurement. We then create the digital twin of the forest ecosystem with the key metrics, including tree species, breast height, meters, and et cetera, and then also then distribution of different metrics on stand level. Our target is to achieve less than 3% margin error on the volumetric data prior to the carbon conversion. We also have means using resistograph sampling to refine that carbon conversion also. And again, so this biodiversity, regarding the biodiversity, this deadwood detection, because it is a very key habitat for species in Finland, so it is an important biodiversity metric where we can use our technology to detect and measure the amount of deadwood per hectare. Now I need to speed up. Intervention simulation, spacing optimization, we use competition analysis. Of course, we want to plan for interoperability regarding the forest operations. That is something that we are baking in. And then this is not written in stone, but maybe just give you some idea. We aim at about 40 euros per hectare per inventory cycle on a scale of 1,000 hectares per day, if that gives you an idea. We are currently conducting pilots, collecting data. We've built a prototype. We are in a technical readiness level of 6 currently, and the aim is to spin off this technology from Luke and establish a startup towards the end of this year. This is some of the maybe visuals around, and not maybe the best quality, but that gives you an idea. So here only the visual presentation of stem detection, the species identification, the breast height diameter for each of the stems, and then the forest structure. So unfortunately, I was thinking of maybe organizing a demonstration of, but these are very heavy data files, so I gave up that idea. So hopefully this gives you an idea. And then very briefly, we also have a sister project, which is Interreg Forest Carbon Vision, where we are deploying the Living Lab methods to drive climate resilient communities. Innovation meets tradition is one of the keywords there, and transnational impact. So partners in Ireland, Green Skibbereen, and the Agriculture University of Iceland participating among the others. And here we also then test the technology that we are developing through different demonstration sites for carbon farming. So my time is up. I want to thank you, and for those who are keen to learn more or see collaboration opportunities, so please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ville. So we are running after time, but we are going to have a short panel discussion. George is going to moderate this session. So George McLaughlin, sorry if I mispronounce again. George works for Climate Kick, which has already been introduced. He works across climate smart forest management, wood use, and circular bioeconomy in the built environment. So George, your challenge will be to moderate the panel discussion and to try to keep time to have exchange with the audience.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, quick question before I start. How hungry are you for questions? Before any questions, put your hands up if you have a question. Oh, so only one. So maybe the panels, oh, 2, 3. Okay, it's all popping up. Okay, so there are a lot of questions. We did originally have 45 minutes for this, so we've now got half an hour. So we'll whip through the panel discussion, and then we'll see if we have enough time. Okay, great. I don't know if I'm going to stand or sit, so I'll just probably walk around, and then I'll hand you the various microphones as and when it feels right. So, yeah, that was an interesting coverage there of improved forest management approaches, economic modeling, and planning for the cost-benefit analysis, and then obviously the MRV discussion. So we're going to try and cover as many of these questions in the panel. So the first question, and this is directed to all of you, so whoever gets there first can answer. What is the potential for improved forest management in the whole of Europe? What practices, what barriers, and enabling conditions? Quite a broad question, but yeah, whoever would like to start. Maybe I'll prompt it with a thing. So based on your improved forest management work, so I'm looking particularly at Swasik and Vincenz, how applicable do you think it is to the rest of Europe rather than your specific geographic case?
Well, I can comment on that. But I basically now refer to the also the market data. So as we know, core carbon principle aligned standards like Verra are now gaining traction in the other side of the Atlantic. There seems to be increasing demand for IFM-based credits. But this, of course, is only for high quality. And of course, for us, then also CRCF is the way to secure that quality component there as well. But I would say that this is because of the fact that, it is so diverse. I mean, we have the temperate forest in Central Europe, we have the boreal forest in Finland, and in the Nordics, basically dominated by three species. It's completely different. The ecology is so different in Central Europe and Southern Europe than comparing to the boreal forest. So, but I see that if I would have one wish, then with regards to the development of the IFM methodology is to basically create the incentive mechanism. I'm now talking in the boreal forest context, to give the incentive for the forest owners to extend their rotations, for example, by 7 years, because you have, even if it's not financially super lucrative, you have the substantial biodiversity co-benefits with the older age structure in the forest. So it is kind of like an incentive that will not be a silver bullet, but surely would be a good vehicle to drive this type of change. All right.
To me, there is room, but there is need for safeguards. The first one is to prove that there is a real carbon gain, so that is additional. It's not true in some cases. And the other one is how do we handle the growing risk on forests? So we were talking just before about existing forest and the risk of wind breakage and the wildfires. We had one this summer in France and it wiped out thousands of hectares. And we cannot predict them for sure. So how do we handle that? And the last thing is that we have an impending IFM methodology in France for irregular management, and the need for this methodology is not really for the carbon, but to finance the transition from regular management and a clear fell replanting system to irregular management, because the income for the forest owner is not at the same time scale. So this is where the need is for the forest owners.
Okay, to make it very quick, we are not a fan of standardized baselines because we believe that diverse and complex systems like the forests we have in Central Europe, they have real problems with standardized baselines. So we're using specific high quality data, and this is basically the requirement for our methodology. It works very well already in Austria and neighboring countries. There are some countries, however, in Europe where this data is not available. So there our methodology would have problems, but we made this decision that in order to have a very, very good, strong baseline, we need to represent the actual forest that is doing the project, and for that we need the detailed data that we're using. So wherever we can use that principle, we can apply our methodology.
Great, thanks very much. So I think also possibly related to that, it's a bit of a prompt for the next question is, what do you think of dynamic baselines then for Europe? What's the opinion on that, based on the fact that you're using kind of project-specific NFI data, kind of semi-standardized? What do you think of dynamic?
I think I echo here what Vincenz was saying, that, you know, I'm also not maybe a big fan of this dynamic baseline approach, what currently is now being baked into the Verra VM45 standard. But again, here the countries differ so much, and I think, of course, in Finland we have very robust growth models and basically a forest classification system that gives a very good baseline, but I still would opt for actually having controlled plots basically to really determine and build that trust into the baseline use, because here this, of course, countries, like I said, countries vary quite a bit here, what sort of national inventory data is available, and therefore we should account for that fact.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of dynamic baselines sounds fantastic, and in general I'm a big fan of doing anything possible to make the baseline more robust. But we are currently in Austria, we are struggling to find the proper NFI data plots that would actually fit to the forest that we're talking about, because the forests are so diverse, and it doesn't give me any additional information if I end up with 7 plots in Austria that would mirror the forest that I'm currently looking at. So we have to be very careful that this marketing idea, which it is to a certain extent on the buyer side, is not wrecking a good baseline. So in cases where we have a very good solid baseline and the dynamic aspects are not giving you any quality benefits, I'm a bit skeptical. However, our methodology, our baseline, project-based, has a lot of dynamic aspects in itself, which I think is important. You cannot start at the year 1 and pretend that in the year 30, the forest and the baseline that you're assuming right now will stay the same. That's not very smart, to be diplomatic, but I'm skeptical. If you give me the right data, if you give me the tools, I'm happy to use the, dynamic baselines. I don't have them right now.
Thanks very much. Okay, so moving on, I'm just looking at keeping an eye on the time. So we had a question around incentivizing resilient forest management, which I think we've briefly covered. But I think a specific question to you, Swazik, is does your NFI model break in even-aged, perhaps Scandinavian or Mediterranean forests, or do you think that it might work everywhere? Oh, is there oh, I can't hear that. Is there a reverberate? Maybe I can speak loudly without the microphone. So does your model work in even-aged Scandinavian forests? Can it work everywhere, or do you find that it would just work in your case?
I think it can be calibrated for...
It's a mic for the people online, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, for the people online, okay.
The model is, there are basic equations behind the model, so those can be used on any forest. And since it's calibrated for the allometric equations with national forest inventory data, as long as they are as qualitative as the one we have in France, it will work. So yeah, you just need to have like an equivalent NFI sampling.
Thanks very much. Okay, yeah, I'm going to move on to a different part now, which is Martina. This is predominantly directed at you. So how do we manage the time lag between investment needs and carbon revenues arriving decades later? So who bridges the gap for small forest owners, etc.?
Yes, okay. It's a very interesting question, and the problem that, I mean, the regulatory framework in Italy establishes that carbon credit can be issued and sold after the 5th year and every 5 years. So carbon credit, because it is the time needed to generate measurable amounts of carbon removals, and another key aspect is certification, because carbon credit cannot be sold without a verification process and certification. And the certification process itself takes place every 5 years. So in order to fill this time lag, this gap, an additional source of income could be represented by timber, no? But in the case of sustainable forest management project. And yes, forest owners could continue to carry out the harvesting activities in a sustainable way to generate the timber for the market. But in this concept, especially for Italy, in my opinion, carbon credit project can represent a real opportunity to recover the abandonments, the land in Italy, in Europe in general, and for relaunching the entire forest sector, but also for relaunching the silvicultural sector in Italy, in all ecosystem services that forests can provide, not only for the market, but also for the collectivity.
Quick question to add on top of that is so you presented your research as almost a kind of dichotomy between either harvesting for timber or carbon credits. Have you also looked at the potential of carbon stored within long-lived wood products? So essentially, a harvesting being part of an equation of carbon crediting, which is a part of the CRCF, which Simon was talking about. Potentially there's a piece there. I know it's in the Labo Bac Carbon. There's an element to that. Have you thought about that in the modeling? Maybe I'm setting you up here, I apologize.
We are at the beginning of the research, as you see by the presentation, but we will simulate 3 different scenarios. One scenario where we will assess only the production of timber, the general case without carbon credits. Another scenario where we will simulate the revenues from carbon credit selling. And the last one scenario where we will hypothesize a combination between carbon credit and timber. But we don't know the results we'll obtain, and it's research.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to add?
Yeah, maybe just taking one example I mentioned earlier. So in boreal forest, we've done some calculations on this type of a rotation extension or harvesting delay by 7 years in a spruce-dominated stand. And basically going through the calculation, running the simulations, it is quite apparent that, you know, it is, when you deduct the cost of MRV, the risk buffer, and then compare the net present value of the target compared to the regular shortened rotation, the delta is quite marginal. I think it's ultimately it is the cost of capital, or the weighted average cost of capital, that is the cost for the forest owner that he needs to think about. Ideally, carbon farming through rotation extension offers this incentive to extend the rotation, like I made my case before.
Thanks very much. In many ways, you kind of answered the question I was going to be asking you in a second. So we would normally have a bit more time to debate, but actually I'm just looking at the time and I want to make sure everyone gets their questions in. So it's now open, the floor's open. I'll come and pass you the microphone. And could you even introduce yourself and the organization? Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. First of all, thanks for the fantastic presentations. My name is Farid. I'm a founder and CEO of Oxo Earth Technologies. We're a project developer for IFM credits out of Munich. And I have a question for Luke, I think it was. Yes. How do you get to 40 euros per hectare when you're using drones and LiDAR? I'd be really intrigued to learn what drones you're using, what type of LiDAR scanners, because that's, of course, the holy grail and a great project.
Can you stand at the panel team? Thanks.
First disclaimer I have to make is we are going through a patent process, so it's only a limited amount of information that I can share on the technical specifications. But of course, we know that the big challenge is the canopy penetration. We're using Gaussian splat to fill some of the data gaps. We're using agile sensor-equipped drones then to fill some of the data gaps. And then, of course, if needed, we can use terrestrial laser, but then the cost goes through the roof, so it's not ideal. Now, the question around the cost, so it's just amazing how fast these drone technologies are developing. I mean, the equipment that we currently use allows us, I mean, we can do basically 500 hectares a day with the latest drones available, and we haven't yet tested these. The step up, the uplift in the productivity is substantial. But the calculation behind this 40%, again, I underline, this is more of a performance target. And of course, I mean, it would require uniform big area basically to be covered at one go. So you can optimize the locations where you operate the drone from, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's the sort of target. But then in reality, of course, I mean, doing smaller scale, you have to operate the drone from several sites, that the cost, of course, increases. But this is something that, in terms of the pricing, once we get there, we of course have to do the pricing on project basis. But all I can say is that high-speed drones, if it's playing sort of fairly mature stands, it's amazing the coverage that we can reach within 1 day of operations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Alexa Meyer-Bosse from Munich Re. We are in the risk area. We provide professional risk products, climate risk products, and my question would go to Swasik. Sorry. How do you model these climate risks? And you mentioned for France the wildfire as well as the storms. Do you ingest them in the model in terms of a more mixed stand is more sustainable to these two perils, and how fast they can recover? Thank you.
So we took the easy way out in this methodology. So there is no assumption on climate risks and disturbances like wildfires and storm damage. But when you submit the project, you have to fill a risk report. And so there is a 10% buffer that is applied to any forest project per default. And this buffer is supposed to take into account wind damage, for example. And there is an additional buffer for wildfires. So depending on the region where your project is, the risk is higher or not. So south of France, very high. And if you go to the north, it's lower or maybe inexistent. And so we handle the risks through the buffer, but not through the baselines or the model.
Hello, my name is Davide Petanella. I'm professor of forest economics here at the University of Padova, and also working for 84, spin-off of the university. And I was much positively influenced by the outcomes of your concrete project you were showing Vincent in Austria. And if I understood correctly, one of the last slides where you were presenting the with and without project development of carbon sequestration in your project, you have been able to sequester, to have a removal of 15-20 tons in 10 years. Yes. And also I remember that you said that you were working with projects related to areas and enterprises of 500 hectares and more. In one way, I was comparing this number. I mean, 1.52 credits per hectare per year with the cost of monitoring. So I was wondering how is possible in your concrete practical experience to cover the cost with such a low productivity in terms of credits. And considering, of course, an average price of the credits is, I think, could be around 10, 20 euros per ton.
Okay, so our current prices are between 60 and 70 euro because of this influence we actually have on the forest, on the biodiversity aspects and so on. But the average outcome is actually lower than 1 ton per hectare per year. It highly depends on the forest. We have forests with 2, we have forests with 0.4 tons. So I would say the average is between 0.6 and 1 ton. So that's not a lot. So your question remains valid. And the real costs are not only MRV. MRV, we focus on the very expensive regular, but only every 8 or 10 years detailed inventory that we're doing, and we're waiting with open arms for anybody to give us a really good tool to measure our forests in Austria. But then please keep in mind we have like at least 2 or 3 levels of different vegetation, different species, different age classes, up to 15, 20 different species. They all have different climate dynamics, so we need proper data. At the moment, we don't have that, so we are using the data streams that are already in place that I explained to cover that. But the real costs, of course, are the costs of reshaping the forest to set management practices that are not cost efficient by themselves, that at least, that of course give you some additional income or give you a more resilient forest in 50 years. But forest owners have to be able to pay for these measures right now, in this year or the next year. And this is where the money from the carbon credits comes into place. And without our carbon credits, these measures would not be able to be put on the ground. But it's a very, very important question. If we add costs like MRV costs on top of everything, then the ice gets very thin, we say in German. I don't know if that makes any sense in English, but this is a crucial question. And then you will suddenly have projects where the real impact on the forest is maybe much lower, but it's just cheaper to produce like 3 or 4 credits per year. But is that what we really want for the cost of resilience, for the cost of stability? And this is a very slippery slope. So for us, we cannot sell credits under 50 euro per ton. It wouldn't make any sense. It's not feasible. 10 euros, no chance. This is, I think, also a big difference to agri. We have minimum costs, and we also have to give landowners the costs of the timber that they are not harvesting. And there you immediately end up at least 30 euro. So I would even question forest projects that are called IFM projects that can run on $15 in Europe. I would be happy to know their secrets.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Jerry Lawson. I'm a chartered forester from the UK, but I'm also the policy advisor for the UK Agroforestry Federation. So therefore I'm very interested in rotation lengths of trees on agricultural land, and we're worried that the 30-year maximum rotation period that's allowed there is not really enough. So I'm interested to hear about the move in France to move that to 40 years. In many ways it might have to be more. So my three questions. One, I haven't mentioned biochar yet. Do you see biochar as being an opportunity for early, previously uncommercial thinnings to become commercial, particularly if that is licensed as a permanent carbon removal, which seems likely at the moment? It could radically change the whole silviculture in Europe if we're able to use those early thinnings. Secondly, to what extent, we just heard that it's very difficult to include planning for fire, but coming from the agroforestry world, we're seeing more and more legislators including the option to move animals into forests. Previously in Central and Northern Europe, that was largely illegal. Now it's becoming more illegal. Even countries like Czechoslovakia are now allowing it to happen. A lot of the German lenders are doing that. That gives an opportunity to control the fire risk in fires. Can that be included within the models? Does it become a benefit? So I think that's the main thing. Can we change the silviculture in a way that is rewarded by more high quality timber coming out of the forest, but not on a 30-year rotation, on a 60-year rotation?
Well, maybe I can take on this one. So first on the biochar. So obviously you have to recognize this falls within the boundaries, not within the boundaries of carbon farming and the different methodology, but I do see, of course, potential with biochar. The challenge is that even if the biochar-based credits are being traded at the fairly high prices, it is a robust methodology as such, but the challenge there is that, what are the actual commodity end uses for biochar? Because I think that's just to use it to improve the soil quality, it doesn't really fly out. So there are certain challenges there. Then Yeah, and maybe agroforestry is not maybe something that I'm sort of, it's not very much in our focus, but I would only say that when it comes to the reversal risk and the permanence, I think the more data we have, the more, the better forest management plans we can create to account for also to minimize that reversal risk, be that through different type of fire corridors and so forth. I mean, it basically is that, you know, once we have the data, the simulation capabilities, for example, in our advocating for our platform, but this allows really to put weight on, for example, on the reversal risk, so to take extra measures to reduce that risk, for example. I think, you know, as much as I have appreciation for the traditional expertise in forestry, but this data will really change everything. I mean, like I say, we will move from stand-level resource planning to individual tree-level planning. It is super data heavy, that's for sure. but if we get these ingredients correct, that really will open up enormous opportunities. And therefore, I would not only stick into looking just carbon farming, but more natural capital resource planning more broadly. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Unfortunately, if you have any additional questions, you're going to have to save that for lunch or other times. I just want to make sure we have a few minutes to conclude. I was trying to think of the best approach for concluding. Obviously, thank you all for your inputs. If any of you could put forward any recommendations from today that you think the EU should take into consideration with the CRCF preparations or methodologies that should be taken up by everyone, what might you recommend? I might give you a minute to think.
To me, for the CRCF, there is a need for a very clear framework, so nothing like super vague, and for the project developers to just understand their own way. And there is a need to put the cost of the MRV in front of the cost of the project. Because what we see in France, we used to have in forestry only one verification. So this makes for very, very low MRV costs. And the new methodologies demands more verifications, and we see that the price is going way up compared to the initial projects of afforestation and reforestation. And there is a growing fear from the investors and also the project developers that the demand is going to go down because of this. So there is a need to stay grounded in what can be done.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other final thoughts? Yeah, thank you, Martina.
Of course, resulting from this session, there isn't only one solution valid for everyone, no, because it's very important the coordination between several with people with different expertise, and in order to carry out a comparison and for exploring everything possible around this type of investment on economic return, but not only from an aspect of biodiversity, forest degradation, wildfire risk, and so on.
Great, thanks. I think I also wanted to quickly add that I think it's useful, the discussion as well around making it easier for forest owners or project developers to put in practice some of these things, some of whom might not necessarily be experts in carbon farming or carbon projects. So it's also good to see that all of your projects attempts to kind of simplify the process or make it easier for people. Any one comment? Okay, yeah.
Just very briefly, because I think I've come across this through our Living Lab, also when consulting the stakeholders. I think, ultimately comes down to money, right? The financial incentives. And I think that, what really would be beneficial in building the capacity across the project developers and most importantly, the landowners and forest owners I would really see the value of having business case calculations demonstrating through different parameters that what is the upside for forest owner, what is the uncertainty with the different parameters that are used in different calculations. So I think this would be quite useful for many.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, so the final thing to say is if you're all still interested in forestry, there's still 4 more sessions to go before the end of the whole summit. So we've got 2 going on at exactly the same time today. So we might have to split and tell each other how it went. So C2, which is demystifying carbon forestry, forest versus agriculture, question mark. And then there's E3, which is monitoring and certification for forest carbon projects. Both of those sessions are happening at 4:15 today, so bear that in mind. And then tomorrow at 4:15, there's innovative financial models to scale carbon forestry. And finally, on Thursday, agroforestry, carbon farming, EU and Africa cooperation. Those are the most clear forestry elements, but there are also other MRV type sessions going on as well. So thank you very much for the speakers. It's really appreciated. A lot of your presentations are very interesting. I'm pretty sure that will be provided afterwards. The slides will be provided afterwards, so that will be useful. And the session, I believe, has been recorded. So if you missed anything, you can always go back. And that's the case for the other ones. So thank you all. Thanks.
Well, okay, but I think you already heard me, yeah. We're going to wait 5 more minutes because people are still stuck at the coffee break. So yeah, 5 minutes, thank you.
We will start shortly. So, they're still arriving. So welcome everyone to this session. Oh. It's dangerous. Okay. Welcome everyone to this session, Bridging Finance Stream for the Agricultural Transition, co-claiming of carbon benefits and aligning carbon and biodiversity approaches in agricultural value chains. So this session explores how the agricultural transition can be financed through a mix of public incentives, voluntary carbon markets, private investment, and emerging biodiversity-focused approaches. It is co-organized by 3 members of the CAFAMOR project, a project which aims to develop EU-aligned digital infrastructures, tools, and knowledge for credible and robust carbon farming. So my name is Romane Jubera. I work at AgroSolutions, and I will be co-hosting this session together with Edouard Lancriette from AgroSolutions, Clotilde Tranquet from I4C, and Aaron Sheed from Ecologic Institute. So the session will be structured in 3 parts. Part 1 is a mapping of the different financial mechanisms supporting farmers in the agricultural transition. Part 2 is a discussion on the current challenges faced on the ground in financing this transition. And part 3 will be a roundtable with Mass Company, OP2B, and Livelihoods, and also the Ecologic Institute to share their work on carbon and biodiversity and the solutions they are implementing on the ground. So maybe we can start by presenting ourselves and saying a few words. So AgroSolutions is a consulting firm specialized in the agricultural transition within the international group In Vivo that you may know. And we represent, the union represents about 200 agricultural cooperatives in France. So it's about half of French farmers. We are 50 collaborators, mainly agronomists, in 6 offices in France. And our main office is in Reims. We developed 6 different levers for the agricultural transition, working with agricultural upstream, so cooperative, fertilizer, seed and chemical industries, and downstream actors such as agri-food business. We have a strong expertise in the low carbon transition and the preservation of biodiversity at farm level, farm scale, with the development, digitalization and application of methodologies to quantify environmental impacts of the agriculture and develop and monitor the transition. We rely a lot on field-informed advice with field trials monitoring since 1975, backed up by our scientific references, and we participate also in a lot of research projects that you already might know, such as Marvic, CAFAMOR, Biocapital, or CASDA Apprivoise. And now I will call my fellow colleagues to come to the stand to present their different structure. So Aaron?
Yeah, good afternoon. Aaron Scheid, Ecologic Institute. I'm coordinating the Agriculture and Soils team at the Institute. And Ecologic is a Berlin-based, science-based, independent think tank. And we are a bit of a hybrid. We do consultancy, mainly for public institutions. So both in Germany, but also on European level. And the other part is research. Both German research funded, but also Horizon projects. And we have been part of the carbon farming discussions from the beginning on, with the early on technical guidance for the European Commission to understand what carbon farming can be. Until now, also developing this idea and discussing that and framing the notion of EU Buyers Club. And you just heard my colleague Hugh MacDonald at the panel also discussing on that. Maybe with that for the moment, and yeah, happy to be here. Thanks.
Hi everyone, so I'm Clotilde Tronquet. I work for the Institute for Climate Economics, I4C. We're based in Paris. We're around 40 people, and we do more or less the same thing at Ecologic Institute. So we do provide some analysis about how to finance the climate transition. And I'll leave it here.
So let's start with the first part, that is the mapping of the financial mechanism. So the purpose is to give you a clear view of the different mechanisms that we want to discuss, to be able to have the same level of understanding of this mechanism. But first, we would like to share with you a testimony from a French farmers cooperative. So as a narrative thread, we will feature some videos at different timing in this session to show you maybe a more concrete example of how it is applied on the ground. And I will let my colleague Edouard present this testimony.
Yes, so just to introduce this short documentary that we have made with a cooperative we work with, and with the farmers of this cooperative. So through this short documentary, we showcase the work of an agricultural cooperative in developing low-carbon grain and regenerative agricultural offerings. The cooperative play a key role in the low-carbon transition, acting as a link between, on the one hand, downstream value chains actors, such as agribusiness companies that demand low-carbon and regenerative grains, and on the other hand, farmers who produce these grains. And the role of the cooperative most of the time is not very well known, so we wanted to highlight this. It's actually multiple, this role. It's first, it receives the demand from the value chain. Okay, I want X% decarbonized grain and regenerative-like grains. Then the cooperative defines, together with the farmers, the agronomic programs and practices that they can set up to reach the objective. And it also evaluates the cost of the transition and the cost of the data collection. And with all this information, it decides with the value chain what needs to be paid to the farmers for practice change, but also to the cooperative for gathering the primary data and calculating the impact according to the methodology that the agro-food company wants to fit with. And the cooperative we will see here has also another role, which is aggregating finance funds from biodiversity streams, carbon streams, local streams. So they build up everything. It takes time, so they pay. They take some share of the funds to finance their action. And a last point that we're going to see is all the work of research and development that the cooperative do. Like transition to low carbon and regenerative ag is not easy for the farmers. They need to rely on solutions. So the cooperative experiments on different scales, new solutions to transition. Based on the results, the farmers make their choice and adapt their practices. And this role is key, and most of the time it's not very well known. And the last point the cooperative is working on is to make research and development on KPIs, new indicators to monitor, for example, biodiversity. Like a lot of agro-food companies want to have KPIs on regenerative agriculture, but there is no holistic framework. And most of the time, the cooperative is the best suited to find these indicators. So they work with local laboratories to highlight what is happening in the soil, fungus developments, microbiomes, whatsoever, and they develop some indicators they can also provide to the agro-food companies. So I'm done with the presentation, and now we can launch the first part.
Bonjour,
Sorry, just to say, it's in French, obviously, but it's translated in English.
La SCARA est une coopérative agricole située au cœur de la Champagne-Frieuse qui regroupe 620 adhérents agriculteurs. La SCARA a aujourd'hui 104 ans et est spécialisée dans la production de céréales, d'oléoprotéagineux et dans la commercialisation de la récolte de nos agriculteurs. C'est une coopérative qui est spécialisée dans la production en filière et donc nous avons 80% de notre collecte qui est commercialisée dans différentes filières en France, dans les luxe et un petit peu dans l'Europe. Aujourd'hui, nos agriculteurs sont embarqués dans deux processus de carbone. Le premier qui a été mis en place, c'est le label de carbone. Donc ce sont des crédits de carbone qui sont générés par les pratiques des agriculteurs, notamment la gestion de la matière organique, la gestion de la rotation, la gestion des intercultures, l'utilisation de fertilisants azotés moins émissifs. L'ensemble de ces pratiques permet de réduire les émissions, de stocker du carbone et de générer du crédit de carbone. Aujourd'hui, ce marché, il est atone, les crédits de carbone sont peu valorisés, il est en moyenne autour de 5 € le crédit de carbone, la tonne de carbone. Et donc, on a du mal à impliquer les agriculteurs dans cette stratégie, sachant que les coûts de mise en œuvre des leviers sont bien au-delà de la rémunération. Donc, ils sont déficitaires. Du coup, on a mis au travers des filières, en place des filières bas carbone pour décarboner l'industrie agroalimentaire. Tous nos clients sont engagés dans des démarches de décarbonation. Eux sont fixés des objectifs de réduction des émissions dans le cadre des objectifs SBTI. Et donc, à la SCARA, eh bien, on s'est aligné sur ces objectifs. On a fixé avec nos agriculteurs une année de référence, qui est l'année 2020. Donc, on a calculé les facteurs d'émission de nos blés et de nos orges pour cette année de référence. Et donc, il faut là, effectivement, encore de la traçabilité. C'est une analyse qui a été faite sur toute une parcelle à la fois pour les orges et les blés. Et chaque année, désormais, en fonction des pratiques des agriculteurs, on calcule pour ces filières notre impact d'émission. Et pour 2025, par exemple, sur les orges de printemps, pour les agriculteurs engagés, on a réduit notre émission de 30% à la tonne sur les orges de printemps et de 18% sur les blés. En fait, nos clients manuteurs et miniers versent des primes qui permettent aux agriculteurs de toucher
more concrete testimony of what happened on the ground to finance the low carbon transition. We will try with my colleagues and partners to do a short mapping of the different financial mechanisms that exist. So we will discuss a bit about carbon credits, price premiums. These are mechanisms that the SCARA is currently mobilizing for the transition. And we will also discuss contractual payment for ecosystem services, nature credits, public funding, and integrated landscape finance. Yes?
Just a word before we move, to clarify what we have just seen. Like the cooperatives was talking about tools. What they mean by tools, it's digital tools, MRV tools, that are connected to farm management system. So in the farm management system, the farmers provide the primary data that we use for calculating carbon indicators and biodiversity indicators. So one of our work at AgroSolutions is to develop digital tools that cooperatives use to process primary data to address all these kind of available or not mechanisms. And now we are going to discuss about each of these mechanisms. I think there is a question, but yeah, a short question. Yeah.
Yes, it's regarding the economical incentives, because the people in the video, you and the colleague from the cooperative, told about 25 euros for the
this was
in France,
for the carbon credits, 25
okay.
euros.
But in addition, they told that currently the brewery industry, the malt industry, are paying
much more.
Much more. Do you think those in the future, if it is not only for a cooperative, but all the cooperatives in the malt providers are going to receive this kind of incentives?
No, this is a point we'll discuss later on, is the scalability of the system. Okay. This guy was involved in the high-level program that paid well, thanks to our digital tools, but it doesn't concern all the farmers for the moment. But it's the topic we'll be discussing now.
Let's start with the carbon credits.
So I'm going to say a few words about carbon credits. I assume that everyone knows what it is, but just in a few words. So it's a result-based performance which credits emission reduction that are additional to what would have happened without the project. So there is no year of reference, like in the premium prices that were mentioned in the video. And there are also some other core criteria, including some on biodiversity and other environmental aspects that we'll mention later. A few words about what are the current trends on voluntary carbon markets. So what we're seeing in the last years is that the issuances, so this is the apricot column on the left, so the issuances of carbon credits from the projects have been dropping since 2021. The transactions between project holders and brokers have been dropping also, but the final demand, which is what we call the credit retirements, so once the credits are actually taken out of the registries, used, it's actually stagnating at a volume of approximately 200 million tons a year for an average price, an international price, of $6 per ton. So where is agriculture in all that? Well, it's clearly not the main sector. Here you can see it. Most of the voluntary carbon markets are on forest land use and renewable energy, and agriculture is only accounting for 600,000 credits traded a year, with a slightly higher price than the rest, than the average international credits. What are these agricultural credits? Well, they are being certified by the main standards internationally, so there is no surprise here. It's Verra Gold Standard, Climate Action Reserve. But the activities that are being certified are actually mostly about methanization, manure management, and it's mostly industrial pig farming in China and cattle farming in the US. And these credits have been dropping in the last years. This is accumulated issuances for the last 20 years. what is beginning now is not anymore about methanization, it's about land management and soil organic carbon. Here you see what has been issued as credits for the last 15 years. So it's something about, it's 10,000 credits a year, 20,000 credits a year. But then if you take the submissions to the Vera land management methodology that has been revised in the last years, then over the next 20 years, we should be having worldwide 100 million tons certified a year. This is all perspective, of course, but it's what's being submitted by the project developers. Where are those projects? Well, it's mostly in developing countries, India and Brazil, but actually Europe and the United States are not so far behind, and we have some major projects. Here they are. So we have something like a dozen projects, which are kind of above 10 million ton over 20 years program. And well, I guess that most of the project developers are at the Carbon Farming Summit for these 2 days. So you may meet them. And this raises quite a lot of questions because both on the supply and demand side, on the supply because it means that they're able to actually recruit a lot of farmers and they're actually competing on the ground. And on demand because, as I will mention later, we do have some problem with the demand for agricultural credits, I mean, at least in France. So who's going to buy all these future credits? Here it is. Oh yeah, no, but that's what I said.
Then we have a price premium.
Yes, some words on the price premium. So the main mechanisms, yeah, there's a question there. Yeah, I think so, yeah. So the price premiums, so it's the main funding scheme that the cooperative we've shoot the documentary is implementing. And they are the ones that are the most rapidly developing in the ground. Actually, what this cooperative explain, so it's not moving, is that, can we switch to the next slide, please? This cooperative we've shoot the documentary on started with carbon credit programs, but as they explained, it was not sufficiently paying, and even when they had produced the carbon credits, they couldn't manage to sell them because the demand, the market is not there. So they are now moving to price premiums. It's actually, the grain premiums is actually something very old in the economics of agriculture. It used to be paid by value chain actors for sanitary and technical quality criteria of the grains, formerly. And that's why now these agro-food value chains are moving and asking and proposing to pay premiums, but for low carbon and or regional characteristics of the grains. In France, it mostly concerns wheat, barley, and rapeseed, but it can occasionally be applied to other value chains. We have two kinds of payment schemes. The first one is practice-based. It used to be the former one. It used to be quite developed, but now it's mostly moving towards result-based because the companies that are paying want to be compliant with SBTi or with regulatory elements. And in the result base, we have two kinds of premiums. The first one pay for data collection, and some of them don't ask for improvement. They only want to have the data to have emission factors. They don't ask for improvement, but at least they do pay. So this money flows to the cooperatives for data collecting and processing the data to calculate the emission factors. And most of them pay also for practice change because they want to see an improvement. So the money is going both to the cooperative and to the farmers. And today in France is from very far the main funding scheme. As it was mentioned, from it's very heterogeneous, but from 5 to 55 euro per ton of grain, and from 50 to 250 euro per hectare and per year. So we estimate that in France in 2025 it was about 60 million euros that was invested in this kind of premiums. Next slide, please. But as it was mentioned, there is a huge limit to the scale-up of such schemes. First, because it's not compatible with carbon credits, because of the risk of double counts. The companies that do pay for grain premiums prevent the farmers to enter, most of them prevent the farmers entering into carbon credit programs. Second, and this is not well known, is that in France, we have less than 15% of the areas of the crops that are contracted with value chains. The other ones are crops produced for exports or raw materials, and it's not under contract with agri-food companies. So it's not eligible. There is also limiting funding. The cooperative we've seen has very high-level contracts with luxury actors or niche market players. But the agri-food most of the time has pilot projects but can't scale their payments to the whole basin of productions. And also, most of the time, it's a limited profitability for the farmer. What the cooperative tells us is that once an agri-food player starts paying a premium, the first year, the second year, then it will, the agri-food will ask for more KPI. Okay, provide me with a KPI for soil, for biodiversity, for water, for regenag, but the amount of money is not scaled. So at the end, it's still not very easy with the fundings. And that's it for the grain premiums, but Clotilde, you wanted to say something?
Just a few words to tell you that we are starting a study on premium prices to evaluate the volume of funding that is going to this and what is its climate impact, since we're not always sure that it financed the fine practices. So anyway, if you want to talk about premium prices, I'm just available. That was just to mention this.
Thank you, Clotilde. So now maybe let's discuss contractual payment for ecosystem services. This is maybe a bit new in the financing landscape. So local and contractual PES are voluntary transactions where a buyer, such as a water agency or utility, a food company or governments, pay land managers, like farmers, to maintain or enhance specific environmental services benefits, such as cleaner water, carbon storage, soil health, or biodiversity. It was specifically well developed for water protection in France, but it's starting to upscale with other environmental services such as carbon storage or biodiversity preservation. And especially in the biocapital research project, we are working on the development of PES for biodiversity. So payments for ecosystem services are conditional on proven actions or outcomes. So this is results-based payments, ensuring also additionality beyond business as usual practices. And we insist on a contractual PS in this session to distinguish from other mechanisms. So in here you have a direct bilateral contract between the provider of the environmental service and the financer that usually benefits from the service. So PS schemes have been experimented in France as a key mechanism to incentive farmers and land managers to adopt agroecological practices. Since 2018, the launch of the French National Biodiversity Strategy. So nowadays it's framed by a regulatory framework, so that is being notified to the European Commission, and which provides standardized guidelines for indicator selection, performance assessment, payment modulation. Especially you have maximum payments per hectare that are proposed in the framework. The diagram here illustrates a bit the classical PES flow. So usually the buyer is like a water company or a collectivity, or a local authority that wants to work at local level, and so they pay the providers, such as the farmer, for improvement of an ecosystem services, but they rely a lot on intermediaries that could be a consulting company or researchers from university for control, technical support, facilitation. So, yeah. So the provider implements some actions or practices that improve the ecosystem services that is targeted, and usually payment for ecosystem services has the interest that it can target several ecosystem services and not only carbon or not only biodiversity, for instance. I just wanted to say a few words about an example that we have in France. It's the PADV organization that developed payment for ecosystem services with the water agency north of France. So they work both on upscaling regenerative agriculture. So this is more for the PADV organization target, and they are working also on the good ecological status of water bodies. This is the target of the water agency. So it was initiated by PADV in partnership with food industries and local authorities and the water agency, and it concerns today 85 farmers. So it's a 5-year contractualization system where the food industries pay price premium for the farmers, and the public authorities, the water agency, brings public fund through the PES mechanism. So this is a good example of what can be done in terms of blended finance with the PES mechanism. And now I let you for Aaron.
Carbon is a really nice thing, right? Because it travels the world within 4 days, and it can easily be treated as a currency, because it is the same in India, in Uganda, or in Italy. It is a bit different when coming to nature. Still, there is now this notion of nature credits, which I was quickly want to dive into. And why is it different? Because it is very contextualized. It is local specific, and therefore it makes it a bit difficult, even more difficult than with carbon, to build credits around nature. And the investment in nature positive action, valued and certified by an independent body, to then create a credible and tradable unit for buyers and finance outcomes, is something that is now being picked up by the EU roadmap towards nature credits, and there's also a dedicated expert group that just picked up their work. There is a bit of an overlap here with carbon credits when we look at the practices that are behind this, right? We talk about peatland revetting, we talk about increasing soil health, soil organic matter. We talk about biodiversity, which is also part of the mandatory requirements of the CRCF. So we have this overlap here, but still we of course have to also talk about, and this is one of also the benefits that we see here, we have to talk about stacking. Stacking these different financing systems, whether we talk about biodiversity, the water imbalance, improvement of the water balance, or carbon. There is a few examples out there that try to do nature credits. Won't dive into them, but it's really early stage, and it's an emerging concept. And also the funding, which Clotilde very nicely showed for carbon. It's really difficult to do that for nature credits at the moment, to actually have a complete picture of what's going on in the market. We see that there is a market for voluntary biodiversity credits at around 8 million globally. And there is also a bit of public funding around, but there is a high uncertainty of really what's going on there, especially also when we look at the public funding. And I can show that in another graph a bit later on, because we know the Common Agriculture Policy hosts a lot of finances that also can ultimately be considered also be part of nature finance. But then it's really difficult to untangle this and say how much of the CAP budget actually goes into into carbon or into nature. Yes, the strength, it can increase the revenue streams, but there's also a lot of weaknesses, especially around the complexity and setting baselines, which are still ahead. Yeah, there's a question. Yeah.
Briefly, could you talk a little bit about the distraction from regulation, rather than perhaps being able to align with regulation and various regulations that exist? So, sorry. Hello, Åsa Lind, Initiative 1415 in Sweden. I just wanted you to, if you could elaborate a little bit about the distraction from regulation that you mentioned, just how you see that.
But sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, this says a weakness is that the nature credits themselves would distract from regulation and public funding. I understand the funding part, but regulatorily wise, could you elaborate a little bit on that concept, how you see that distraction?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
and let's pick this up because we have a panel discussion later on, and maybe we can pick up this question then to avoid that we're getting delayed at the very end. Okay, yeah, all right. Next up is the public funding one. And yes, surprise, when we talk about public funding, we have to talk about the Common Agriculture Policy, which is the dominant agri-food policy and funding stream in the EU. It's mainly activity-based funding. So the outcome at the end is not being measured. And the maturity level is very mature, and we have it since a very long time and a long history of Common Agriculture Policy. We have a total funding of 387 billion euros within this funding period until 2027, however not specified to results outputs. And there is also a result indicator 14 on reducing emissions or maintaining or enhance carbon storage. And on the other side, and here is the issues and the risks, is that, and this is also being mentioned again and again by the Court of Auditors, that we don't know how much mitigation impact of the action is actually being implemented. And if we look ahead to the next CAP, what we see here is that there is a reduction for the funding of the agriculture sector that is being likely. Yeah? We don't know for sure until we have a multi-annual framework decision being made this year, but it's being likely. And there is also a growing concern of reducing finance for environmental and climate-related measures. And what we also see is if we put agriculture, and this is now being the proposal at the moment, being in the budget envelope with other objectives like defense or rural development, that we suddenly face competing not within the agriculture sector, but even beyond the agriculture sector. And I think that will lead to even more negotiations, not only at European level, but even at national level, than where the decisions have to be made on where does the budget go. Do we need more budget for defense, or do we need it for agriculture, to put it very bluntly? And yes, of course, there's other public funding available, especially at national level. I don't want to dive into this, but of course the CAP is the dominant one. And the last one I want to quickly mention is the integrated landscape financing, which is, I think, an interesting one. Because it has the chance to bundle activities across farms and ecosystems to create larger investment portfolios instead of investing into single measures or into single farms. And we see that coming up even more and more, and we also see that in the CRCF, that it's not only about financing this one measure in one farm, but really trying to group the farmers and bundle the activities. And so it's really an emerging concept, which is conceptually well discussed in the literature already. So, but still early stage. And there's also examples already where this is being tried, but I think a very interesting financing model. And yeah, this is just one highlighting on where's funding available at the moment. That's from another horizon. It's not on landscape financing only, but what it shows is that, yes, there is quite a lot of public funding available. Yeah, but the sources are often not targeted at integrated landscape finance or financing nature positive activities or financing carbon enhancement. So, and then there is also a number of private investment funds available, but still fractioned and yeah, fractioned of the overall needs. So yeah, the strength of integrated landscape finance is really to make it cross-sectoral and stakeholder finance, and to involve the local community and engagement. Yeah, I would also like to take that one into the panel discussion and see and discuss that on what's going on here, and also the views of the corporates. Yeah, that's the conclusion. I think that's on you.
Thank you. So one key message that we wanted to underline here is that there is no magical solution for the financing of the agricultural transition. So each instrument brings distinct strengths and clear limitations in terms of maturity, in terms of deployment, complexity and costs. So carbon credits and value chain premiums currently dominate the private funding landscape. They offer strong links to climate targets and buyers, and but they rely on complex and often heterogeneous MRV systems, face scale-up limits, as we already talked about today. They faced also market volatility and often struggle with long-term impact tracking. So after promising start, carbon credits programs seem now to be replaced by grant premiums programs, as mentioned Edward. So this is for the private sector. Public funds and public payment for ecosystem schemes remain also essential because they provide stable, large-scale budgets and can target multiple ecosystem services. But they are administratively heavy, politically dependent, and sometimes poorly aligned with real opportunity costs. And then we have the emerging nature credits and integrated landscape finance approaches that open promising revenue streams for biodiversity and landscape protection and restoration, but they are still experimental with high governance needs, integrity risk, and a lack of standardized metrics. So a major conclusion is that apart from public-based funding, there is also no guarantee on the demand side, and this is one of the problem we are facing. The implication of the research and the policy in here is that we must design a robust combination of these tools rather than seeking a single best mechanism. And to do so, we need to clarify environmental integrity rules, especially about double counting, and we will discuss that in the second part. Simplify the access also to the monitoring for the farmers, and better align private and public finance at the farm scale, at the landscape scale, and at jurisdictional, I won't make it, jurisdictional scale. In short, the challenge ahead is not only to mobilize more money, but be able to structure coherent, complementary portfolio of instruments that can deliver credible biodiversity and carbon outcomes while remaining practical and attractive for land managers. So to follow up, we will have a second video of our video testimony from the SCARA that will show how the practices are implemented on the ground. You want to, with a concrete example with a farmer. So I let you see the video.
Il y a évidemment des messages écrits, des messages techniques écrits, des guides pratiques, des réunions bout de champ, des réunions techniques en salle. Il y a beaucoup de supports pour expliquer comment faire et comment cultiver des orges ou des blés bas carbone.
Super. Bah maintenant, on va voir chez un agriculteur comment ça se passe.
Exactement.
Allez.
C'est parti.
Donc Fabien Leduy, sur la commune d'Ortillon dans l'Aube, agriculteur sur 150 hectares, en plusieurs cultures, céréales, betteraves, chanvre, luzerne, sainfoin, tournesol, et puis éleveur de poules pondeuses et de poulettes prêtes à pondre.
On a la ferme de Fabien Leduy qui est engagée sur un projet de transition sur 5 ans, dans les deux démarches en parallèle, le label bas carbone et les primes filières avec l'ASCARA. Le projet de Fabien Leduy a généré 500 crédits carbone. En fait, c'est l'équivalent de 38 voyages en Airbus A320 entre Paris et Barcelone.
Sur l'exploitation, on met aussi en place une réflexion sur la biodiversité, puisqu'on est aussi une exploitation où on est 100% sans insecticides. Ça va faire 6 ans maintenant qu'il n'y a pas une goutte d'insecticide qui est mise sur l'exploitation, et on y arrive grâce aux bandes enherbées et aux haies qui sont implantées. On a des haies qui sont implantées grâce à notre coopérative sur des contrats filières. On a des haies qui sont implantées grâce à la Chambre d'agriculture et la région via le Life Biodiversité. Et puis de mon côté, j'implante des bandes enherbées volontairement autour des parcelles, intraparcellaires, pour faire le gîte et le couvert pour les auxiliaires et me permettre de me passer d'insecticides. Après, la logique carbone est arrivée dans un deuxième temps, à savoir l'agriculture de conservation. C'est une logique où on travaille sur la biodiversité, la vie du sol, et les apports organiques. La première conséquence de tout ça, c'est 10% de perte. Il faut laisser à la nature sa part qu'elle doit prendre, et elle nous prend 10%. Financièrement, pour compenser ces pertes, on s'est tourné vers ce qui existait à la coopérative et on s'est dirigé vers les crédits carbone au vu des changements que je mettais en place sur mon exploitation. Dans mon mode de financement, j'ai confiance en ma coopérative. On a vu ensemble que mes pratiques et leurs contrats filières pouvaient m'apporter quelque chose. Je me suis arrêté là dans ma réflexion, ça m'apportera quelque chose, et on y va et on trace la route. Mais avec la logique coopérative, on capitalise pour demain et pas pour aujourd'hui.
Donc, je suis Camille Godot, je travaille à l'ASCARA sur le pilotage du bilan humique et sur les bilans carbone. Donc ici, on est sur le site de biogaz d'Arcy. Donc c'est un méthaniseur en voie sèche thermophile qui est le méthaniseur coopératif de l'ASCARA. Donc chaque adhérent de l'ASCARA peut apporter de la matière via les cultures principales ou les cultures dédiées ou également les cives. Et certains adhérents, donc ceux qui sont sur le plan d'épandage, qui fait à peu près 12 000 hectares, peuvent épandre des engrais organiques qui sont le digesta. Donc à la sortie du méthaniseur, on a un digesta solide et un digesta liquide qui ont différentes propriétés, qui sont amendantes et fertilisantes. Donc le liquide est plutôt fertilisant et le solide amendant. Donc ce digesta, c'est une vraie source de matière organique locale qui permet de pallier au manque de matière organique dans la région puisqu'on a très peu d'élevage. Et c'est également un point important dans les bilans carbone puisque cet engrais est un engrais plutôt bas carbone puisque son procédé de production entraîne peu de production de carbone. Et il permet aussi de rapporter de l'azote non minéral dans les parcelles. Et il est également possible d'utiliser cet engrais en agriculture biologique, donc tous les agriculteurs de la coopérative peuvent en profiter du moment qu'ils soient sur le plan d'épandage.
So yeah, we discussed a bit the theory, and now we see that underground there is also the reality of the project with the farmers, and especially the farmer that we saw here implement practices that are rewarded through the price premium and the carbon credits. And Clotilde will explain how it can be a problem today in terms of double claiming issues.
Well, I will actually say that it's not a problem, but this is IFOS's controversial opinion. So, in France, we have the label bas carbone, which has been working for the last 7 years, and agricultural projects have had quite difficulties to get financed. There are a few reasons for that. The prices are higher than the average price for carbon credits in the label bas carbone. Also, the narrative the storytelling about agricultural credits is actually less appealing than tree planting, which is most widely known. And then there is also a claiming issue. We have, as you mentioned, Edouard, agri-food industry that are afraid of losing the possibility to claim emission reductions or removal on their value chain if the emission reduction has been credited and sold somewhere else as an offsetting. And so in practice, now we've had last year the biggest project holder for agricultural projects in France, which has announced that it will stop launching new projects. We also have farmers that are actually trying to switch to other kind, like premium prices, to other kinds of fundings. So quite a situation. So the problem with double claiming. The thing is that some standards, including SBTi and the GHG protocol, ask that if a carbon credit is sold as an offset, because it changes everything if you call it a contribution, then no one else should be able to claim this emission reduction or this removal. Which means, concretely, that if you have on a dairy farm the implementation of low carbon practices, and it's sold to, let's say, a telecom company, then the collector, the cooperative, let's say, that collects the milk, then the factory that would be making cheese with it, and then the retailer selling the cheese, and even the consumer should be, in theory, adding to their own greenhouse gas inventories in order to unbenefit the emission reduction that has been made on the farm, which is impossible. But it does actually have some consequences. We have seen agri-food industry cooperatives really prohibiting farmers to actually come into label bas carbone initiatives, and themselves do not know how to claim emission reductions if they would use carbon credits. So that's what happened, and why we can live with double claiming, and it's not a problem. It's really okay to have double claiming between scope 3 emissions and a claim from buyers from carbon credits. Yeah, that's what I say. That's IFES's controversial position, and so you can have different claims. You may have some active claims that would be like a financing claim from the ones that are actually paying, so the one or the ones if they get together for the emission reduction or the removal. And then you may also have some, I call it passive claim, but it could also be called a right to report. Which means that any value chain company on which the emission reduction might appear can actually see it, because it's just a structural feature of the scope 3. And I got an example for that, like an illustration, which is that if you want to make a thermic insulation on an apartment building, and you have part of the owners that are actually contributing financially to the insulation, and some, for whatever reason, because they are on social housing, that are not contributing, well, the thermic insulation is gonna benefit the whole building. And even the owners that would not have paid for it. And it would make absolutely no sense to actually ask for these owners, well, since you didn't pay for it, you should actually put your heating up because you should not benefit this insulation. So, and it doesn't take anything away from the ones who have financed it, that may effectively claim that they financed it. So that's the bottom of it. And then there are also a few reasons, because it's for it not to be, well, it's also impractical, because so far most of the inventories are done with emission factors that are general one, and that anyway do not perceive, they didn't see the emission reductions from a project at the moment so far, even though the inventories are getting better and better. But so far, the very building of it, it makes it as if, I mean, you wouldn't even see it. And then anyway, if you wanted to stick to this rule, no one can actually today verify it. No one is able to check if the credit that was sold on a low carbon project was sold as an offset, and there is no common structures between the registries from carbon standards and company inventories. And last but not least, in France, at least it works for the label bas carbone, the French government is okay with double claiming between companies, the value chain companies, and the sale of carbon credits, even though they may be sold as offset. And obviously, regulation prevails over some voluntary standards as SBTi and Greenhouse Gas Protocol are. Yeah, this is it. Last video.
So this was a first challenge on the ground illustrated by Clotilde that can today at least lower the implication of agri-food business in the financing of the transition. Another challenge on the ground is that currently agri-food business asks for more and more metrics, KPI, because we are not only talking about low carbon, but also regenerative agriculture. And so they require biodiversity, water retention, soil health metrics. And so cooperatives on the ground need to innovate and to work on that so that they can provide the right metrics. So we have a last video to show you how the SCARA put in place innovation and metrics to support the transition.
On a vu sur les parcelles de Fabien que le sujet biodiversité était important. Dans le cadre des filières, chaque filière souhaite évidemment décarboner ses productions, mais la carbonation doit systématiquement être accompagnée de services écosystémiques et de biens et de gains environnementaux. Et donc un certain nombre d'indicateurs sont mesurés et viennent accompagner le fait de réduire les émissions ou de stocker du carbone. Donc dans ces indicateurs, on va retrouver à la SCARA la fréquence de mycorrhization pour parler de la fertilité biologique des sols. On va aussi retrouver un certain nombre d'indicateurs de biodiversité, la couverture des sols, la composition des couverts. On va calculer des indicateurs comme les indices de fréquence de traitement, les IFT, pour montrer que la biodiversité, on l'a vu avec les haies, permet de réduire les insecticides. Et donc la mutualisation de tous ces indicateurs permet à nos clients, dans le cadre des filières, de montrer la compétitivité environnementale de nos productions. Donc là, on est sur une parcelle de luzerne, on est toujours sur l'exploitation de Fabien. L'exploitation de Fabien fait partie d'un club d'innovation, le club Innovation SCARA, qui travaille sur la fertilité des sols depuis 2013. Et donc sur cette parcelle, on est en essai long terme depuis 2017 et on a divisé la parcelle en trois secteurs. Un secteur où on est uniquement en fertilisation minérale, une partie au milieu de la parcelle où on est en fertilisation organique et minérale, c'est-à-dire que les apports d'engrais de fond se font en organique et on vient complémenter l'azote en minéral. Et puis la troisième partie de la parcelle est uniquement en apport organique, il n'y a pas du tout d'engrais minéraux. Donc sur cette parcelle, on suit un certain nombre d'indicateurs, notamment des indicateurs du sol et en particulier de la biodiversité du sol en suivant les populations de bactéries, les populations de champignons et un indicateur qui nous tient particulièrement à cœur et qui permet d'étudier l'interaction plante-sol qui est la fréquence de mycorrhization. Donc ce sont des champignons qui créent des symbioses avec les racines des plantes et qui permettent à la plante finalement d'aller explorer davantage de sol et de mieux valoriser l'ensemble des minéraux qui sont susceptibles d'être puisés dans ce sol, en particulier pour la champagne crayeuse, le phosphore et les oligo-éléments. Et les apports de matière organique favorisent cette mycorrhization, favorisent les populations de champignons et donc favorisent favorise finalement la biodiversité qu'on peut mesurer au niveau d'un sol. Une plante bien mycorhizée va, au travers des analyses de sève que l'on fait sur les cultures, permettre de montrer qu'on absorbe environ 12% de phosphore en plus et qu'au niveau des oligo-éléments ou du magnésium, on améliore l'absorption d'environ 25%, sans rajouter davantage d'éléments nutritifs en minéral. Le fait de mieux alimenter la plante en phosphore, en oligo-éléments, ça permet de mieux faire fonctionner les enzymes de la plante qui vont utiliser l'azote. Aujourd'hui, l'analyse de sève elle est primordiale puisque d'une part, c'est comme chez l'humain, c'est une prise de sang chez nous, là c'est une prise de sève. Elle permet de révéler dans un pédoclimat donné, avec des précipitations plus ou moins importantes, avec des réchauffements de température plus ou moins importants, elle permet de montrer ce que la plante est capable d'absorber dans le sol en termes d'éléments nutritifs. Et cette prise de sève vient nous révéler quelque part les carences qui pourraient être observées et nous permettent de corriger en foliaire sur des applications à microdose, de venir corriger ces carences, et notamment sur la partie phosphore, magnésium, oligo-éléments, pour aller valoriser mieux l'azote, sachant que la stratégie, c'est de réduire cette dose. La fertilisation azotée sur une parcelle de blé ou sur une parcelle d'orge, c'est 70 à 80% des émissions. Dans le cadre de développement des filières, autour de la question du carbone, l'ensemble des filières aujourd'hui s'orientent sur la thématique de l'agriculture régénératrice avec un nombre conséquent d'indicateurs à suivre. L'ensemble de ces indicateurs qui doivent être suivis, analysés et aussi dans le temps pour que l'agriculteur puisse progresser nécessitent un suivi constant, nécessitent une force d'analyse importante et donc des frais conséquents qui doivent être pris en charge dans le cadre de ces filières pour soutenir à la fois l'agriculteur et la coopérative qui l'accompagne.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Some word for transition. So a key message we got from this cooperative is that, okay, we're talking about CRCF and how a global scheme can apply, but what we see is that in the fields, the farmers, the farmer cooperatives are building and developing their own tools to answer to the market. And here we saw a lot of agronomic innovations to answer value chain questions. And now Roman is going to present you a program we've been working on biodiversity, because we work a lot of carbon, but as we've seen, the value chain asks now for biodiversity. It's very hectic and complex to monitor biodiversity, so we've run a multiple years program to identify why key indicators could be implemented in the field. And so I now leave the floor to Roman.
Thank you. So, yeah, the first step to answer value chain's needs regarding regenerative agriculture is to be able to quantify and monitor precisely carbon and biodiversity. And this is something we, AgroSolutions by InVivo has been working on by integrating advanced calculation tools into our SMAC platform, the French leader farm management system called SMAC-TRAS. So SMAC-TRAS simultaneously assesses carbon metrics and biodiversity impacts, providing agri-food supply chain with actionable insight for sustainable sources. So for biodiversity, these indicators are sourced from the Apprivoise project that is issued from the Special Allocation Fund for Agriculture and Rural Development, and that was led by Arvalis, AgroSolutions, Diacta, SMAG, and the SCARA, the cooperative that we saw. That is a project financed by the Ministry of Agriculture. So the indicators that were selected, actually, they overviewed more than 200 indicators for biodiversity, and they test on the ground with the farmers and the cooperative the ones that are the best suited to monitor the transition on the biodiversity side. And what they, the conclusion that they had is that they retained 6 indicators that can provide a good overview of biodiversity gains at the farm scales. So there is the number of soil cover days, the soil disturbance from tillage, the floral interest of crop rotations for pollinators, landscape quality for grey partridge, aerial biodiversity potential. So the aerial biodiversity potential is actually a combination of metric on the size of plots, the crop diversity, and the presence of ages. And the last one is ecotoxicity of phytosanitary programs. So these indicators are now integrated, well, it's on development, into the same tools that we use to measure carbon footprints at the farm scale. So we can have programs that address both carbon and biodiversity. So now that we can properly monitor carbon and biodiversity indicators, how about funding the transition? What about the available money on the table? So we discussed a lot about the theory. We tried to bring a bit of concrete examples with the videos, but now the best part is to hear about our panelists that are facing these challenges on the ground day to day. So please, panelists, you can, maybe we can arrange a bit the chair. I don't know.
Okay. Both ways are fine. Okay, so. Oh yeah, you don't see anything this way. You're okay this way? Okay, anyway. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation today. Maybe I'm not going to introduce yourself, I'm going to leave it to you. So we're very happy to have you here and have your contributions. So our first part will be, so if you could just introduce yourself, tell us about what is your climate action, and if you have some concrete examples and numbers so that we can figure out how you actually act on the ground in approximately 3 minutes each.
Shall I start? Yeah? Okay, great. Hi everyone, nice to meet you. I hope no one did what I did and had some ice cream at lunch and now is having a bit of a sugar low. Anyway, we try to keep the energy. So my name's Kate. I am joining from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which is a global coalition of businesses working to drive the transition towards sustainability. Today I'm representing a coalition within that called OP2B, One Planet Business for Biodiversity, which is really a Europe-focused accelerator aiming to catalyze the transition to regenerative agriculture. OP2B is made up of about 25 businesses in Europe. That includes some large cooperatives, some traders, through to kind of brands, processes. And like I said, the ambition is all around catalyzing the transition to regenerative agriculture. So in terms of numbers, the kind of target we have in mind is around 40 billion hectares under regen ag in Europe by 2030. Right now we're at about 15%, so the challenge is to kind of triple that. So just coming back to OP2B's role, well, maybe reflecting on the kind of financing stack actually. So the members that we're working with, the focus is about in-value chain action, right? So of that financing stack, to date, it's been much more about the kind of price premiums piece, right? So companies trying to work with farmers in their value chains, offering them incentives for particular practices or outcomes. I think we see a limit of that approach and a challenge in how far that approach can take. And that's a couple of reasons. There's challenges in terms of the scale of businesses that are actually making that investment today. So I'm sure others on the panel can speak more to this, but if a business is one within a value chain, for them to be able to scale that, they really need to be able to share those costs. If they're off-taking just one commodity from a farm, there's a need to share that with other off-takers. That doesn't always happen, so we really need to bring more businesses on board. As well as look at a kind of more of a stacked approach. So it was cool to see the different mechanisms there and interesting to think about how they can work together to offer this package of support for farmers. And there's probably even other ones that could be added to that, right, around like the role of banks or development banks or insurance, etc. So that's really interesting. And sorry, just very quickly, you asked, so the role of OP2B. So some of the things that OP2B is doing with our members to support scaled finance. 3 things I would mention. There's a focus on kind of matchmaking. So setting up a regenerative landscapes map in Europe of where our members are investing, trying to matchmake folks who are active in similar landscapes and bring in others from the value chain into existing programs. There's then, secondly, some programs where we're more actively partnering on the ground. So one example is in the east of England, working with Lens, who was on a panel earlier today, and others looking at, okay, and then how do you actually put that financing stack together? What kind of capital's coming in from the private sector? Where is the public sector playing a role? Water utilities companies, others, and what does that stack look like? And then a third focus area is on public policy engagement. So this is where we're very pleased to be informing the development of the CRCF and looking at, how could a buyers club catalyze more finance from the private sector.
Thank you. Caroline?
Good afternoon, everyone. Caroline, I'm working for Mars, a company that you might know better from some brands we have. So in snacking, we have brands like M&M's, Snickers, and then in pet care, we have brands like Royal Canin, Pedigree, Whiskas, if some of you have pets. You might know about them. So the approach we're taking when it comes to carbon farming as a company is really much look like what you described, Kate, which is for us, it's really first and foremost investing in our value chains globally. So if we look globally, actually, we invest into cocoa, in peanuts, in mint. But maybe closer to us here in Europe, we have some important programs ongoing on dairy. And actually, thanks a lot for mapping a bit everything, because I think that will help me explain a bit what we do, because we have different approaches depending on the commodities and ingredients we speak about. So on dairies, the approach we're taking is really partnering with some of our suppliers and signing long-term agreements, long-term contracts with them, and rewarding them through, rewarding farmers through extra premium. So that's a choice we've made because it really helped us work with some of our close suppliers, which are actually cooperatives. So I can name a few, like Friesland Campina, Lakeland Dairies, DMK, and we've co-worked at top-to-top level to have like a business plan over a couple of years, but also a sustainability plan. And this enabled to unlock funding from the very beginning, because specifically when you speak about livestock, for instance, think manure management, you need important investment at farm level from the beginning. You can't really wait for the outcome, otherwise it will never start. So that's one approach. But then a different approach we take is on cereals. So for our pet food brands, we use wheat, oat, barley, many different cereals. And there, we're more working through a certificate approach. So actually we work currently with around 300 farmers across the EU. We cover roughly 60,000 hectares of land. So to give you a sense, that's roughly the size of Luxembourg. So that's quite significant. I think we speak a lot about pilots, but we're beyond pilots today. I mean, it's taken some time, but here, yeah, we go more with certificates. So what we do very concretely is actually supporting farmers first by paying some agronomic advice when needed. So working and partnering with companies like Biosphere, like Soil Capital. Some of you might be in the room actually. And then buying the certificates as the outcome from the farmer to further reward the outcome. And maybe a very last one, I'm a bit less familiar with the mechanism, but I think it's worth mentioning, and it wasn't necessarily captured on the slide, on rice specifically, because we have the brand Ben's Original, we source a lot of rice, and there we work more through an audit perspective, so we work with the Sustainable Rice Platform, and actually would pay a premium for farmers who have been audited through this framework. So that's yet another mechanism, but just to say it's not one size fits all. CRCF's promising, Buyers Club's promising, but I think it's great to put together like a big landscape. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm representing Livelihood. Livelihood, it's a company that has been created 15 years ago, and to answer to request from some companies that would like to invest on environmental programs with also social impact and that has some shared value on how investing together to share risk and also to reduce the cost of developing some programs. And now we have around 50 programs that are running around the world for carbon program, but also in the value chain of investors that we have in our programs and in our company. We have some program in Asia, in Africa, and in South America. And more recently, we are developing some program in Europe. For this, also answering to the same question for our investor, it's how can we share the cost and the risk by investing together in a farm? And it's especially the case when you have a crop in rotation. And it's what we are doing since now 3 years. It's putting together the several off-takers, several companies, to co-finance a transition in a farm that it's able to transition farm to another step of carbon, but also this is the philosophy of livelihoods. It's also impacting biodiversity and have also socio-economic impacts. And regenerative agriculture is also this for farmers, and we have several projects like this. It's also at mid-term providing some real benefit and socio-benefit for farmers that are saving time on their farm and increasing also their profitability by decreasing the cost. And for us, carbon credit or carbon finance, it's also a way to start a program, include some money at the beginning of program, and after providing long-term asset for a farmer with with decreasing cost linked to the programs that we are implementing.
Thank you. I will leave it to you. We have one further question, Aaron, if you want to.
Yeah, maybe it's a question and consideration at the same time. Because I recently, and we just heard also from the corporates what they're currently doing in the field of carbon farming, regenerative agriculture, and I recently also had a discussion with a big insurance company, and they're currently setting up a venture capital fund to invest into regenerative agriculture. And when I asked them, what do you actually invest into? They said biostimulants. So what we actually see here is that there is investment. They claim it as regenerative agriculture, but it's not happening on farm, but it actually goes into the value chain. Big industries producing biostimulants that then may be being part of the solution of regenerative agriculture. And here I see its challenge at the moment, that we have a clear signal from the corporates saying there is demand for regenerative agriculture, for carbon farming, for nature credits, and so on. There's also the supply side being ready, farmers being ready. There is a CSCF being established, but then suddenly we don't have a match. Because the farmers, and this is something I touched upon before, are usually small scale, maybe not well organized unless we have like cooperatives behind, like bundling the farms. And then we have the business sides seeking for large investment portfolios that actually farms usually can't deliver. And this is a bit of my worry, and that maybe my question back is, how can we ensure that there is a match between farm supply and then corporate demand to ensure that match and avoid having in 5 years, 10 years realize that we actually kind of past this point and missed each other here. Yeah.
So if you want to add something on that?
I mean, it's just some thoughts. I think here we're representing, but you stop me if I'm wrong, relatively big corporations. But if we look at the landscape of, for instance, the food value chain, there are a lot of SMEs. And so here you're thinking like of a perfect matching, and assuming every companies would like chip in, you would need like a mechanism that creates a level playing field across every actors. And so in a voluntary landscape, there can be some mechanism to support this, and I think that's what the European Commission is reflecting on, lowering some of the side costs to start with, because not all the money we put in a program would go to farmers. Some would go to MRV, some would go to purchasing impact factors that are actually matching the programs we do. All of this is side money that doesn't funnel to the farmers and that smaller companies really can't afford to have. So already if you eliminate this, you could potentially have a bit more demand, but you might still have some actors who are not interested in having that middle cost. And so that's where this idea of having several parts of the value chain coming in can even further decrease the cost at one level of the value chain. So if you go, with a retailer and the processor and the manufacturer, it even further reduces the envelope while still delivering for farmers. That can be another one. And then you might even think at legislation mechanism, which I think were part of the thinking from the Commission at one point, which were, for instance, should there be mandatory scope 3 reduction targets, at different parts of the value chain, for instance, to really level the playing field. So that's a complex question you're asking. Those are just initial thoughts. Again, I think the Buyers Club can potentially increase the demand. Will it increase it to the perfect match you're describing? I think it's to be seen given the landscape we're observing.
Do you want to, or if you want to?
Yes, for us, and we are dealing with some farmers, and for them, yes, we are speaking about very technical things in this kind of area on carbon credit. And when we saw in the video, when a farmer, it's more speaking about what is my soil health, how can I invest on my soil, and this is speaking very well to a farmer. Speaking to a farmer on a carbon credit, it's something that it's not tangible for him. But speaking about what is the fertility of my soil, how carbon in my soil increase the fertility, it's really something that it's really tangible for him. And it's really what we need to have. It's this kind of way of discussing with farmers.
Okay, great. So you kind of started to answer the second question, which is what are for you the success factors or the barriers to scale up this kind of dynamics? So we've seen quite a few formats for funding. So which one do you manage to use? How do you cooperate with other value chain actors? I've mentioned the double claiming non-issue, but if you have anything to say about that, or as you mentioned, also the role of the public sector, and how could it help you to scale? Shall I go back to this?
Enablers. I think, as we've said, the private sector is investing. We want to see more. We need to make it easy for businesses to do that, especially businesses who, if we said, are not yet investing or perhaps could invest more. And I think there's probably two main themes which I think have come up in all the sessions that I've at least been at today. There's a big point on frameworks and data. So we need data that can power investment decisions. So at a farm level, of course, but also at a corporate level, right? Corporates also want to know that they will be rewarded, ideally, for sustainability performance. So there's a linkage that needs to happen between the outcomes we track at the farm, how corporates report on that to their stakeholders, their investors that ultimately can kind of offer some of those incentives as well. So, and that system, as we've seen, is currently fragmented. There's challenges around interoperability. And that's where CRCF, you know, I think can play a role in terms of saying this is a gold standard at an EU level, trying to build some of that alignment. I do also think, just on that point, there's a maybe a job for the community. You know, in the panels today, I've also seen such great examples of implementation project developers already happening on the ground. So there is already amazing data out there, and there are already programs that are providing that. So I also think, yes, we want to address this kind of fragmented ecosystem. There's a lot of work we can do on framework standards, MRV, but I think we also need to communicate that, you know, companies don't need to wait for something to be fixed, right? There is data there today that companies can use to make investment decisions. So I think that's, yeah, maybe a consideration we're trying to keep in mind as well. And then the kind of flip side to that is this financing stack. And I think for now it feels, you know, you mentioned the landscape investments piece, which is definitely where companies are moving to, but it feels right now very kind of bespoke and manual. And like you do one landscape project and it's got a particular stack, and then you look in a different context and it requires a different stack. Which to a certain extent is true, but I think there's a need for kind of more replicable blended finance models, which we can start to use to scale rather than feeling like it's very bespoke and it kind of slows things down. So that would be some key kind of priorities we can see, and both of which I think CRCF can play a role in.
Great, thank you. Caroline?
Well, I can only echo the point on blended finance. I think you asked a question on the role of the public sector. Yes, there is a matter of creating, you know, enablers to help new joiners come to the demand market, but there is also a need for public funding. I mean, when we look at the figures, I was re-looking at one of the report from Antithesis from 24, where they were saying it's between 28 and 35 billion euros needed for 1 year, at least at the start, which is needed. So no private actor alone will be able to achieve this, and the blend here will be absolutely critical. And then on the data, I was just reflecting as well on the video you showed, and where the farmer was mentioning, and I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for this. Yeah, every corporation will come and ask for their different set of KPIs. That to me doesn't make much sense. And I think, you know, the DG Agri proposal to set a common compass, I think can help not only the farmers, but also us as corporations when we want to work together in the value chain. So I think of a project we have, for instance, currently in Poland, where we work with farmers on different crop rotations with Pepsi and ADM. So the way it works is that Mars would buy the wheat for pet foods, and I think Pepsi will buy the rapeseed for their crisps. So at least you reward, you know, the farmer on different of their rotations. But I bet that we have different ways of measuring. Even though we use SCI, you know, and we have like good discussions in the SCI platform, I'm ready to bet we have different things. So I think it's great to have this discussion starting, because that can be also an unlocker, a cost saving, a simplification for farmers, but also for corporations, and simplifying a value chain approach at several levels.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and I can just confirm this, because it's really what we are doing in our project in Europe. It's putting together some company in the same rotation, co-financing a transition with several benefits. In fact, it's several benefits for the companies that are investing, because when you are supporting a farmer, instead of each company supporting one farmer, it's a common framework for the farmer that it's also important. When they are speaking about administrative burden, if each off-taker or company is asking for a different framework, it's a mess for a farmer. And putting them together, aligning on the same framework, is something very important. And it's something very appreciated by the farmer and also by the cooperative, and because the technician also prefer to have only one framework instead of several. And I think it's the role to align company and becoming more and more aligned, and this is nice to see this. And on carbon also, align methodology on emission factor calculation. It's something that is becoming more and more important. The sequestration in soil also, it's a topic for company. They are starting to investing in, but methodology are not aligned at European level or at international level, and providing something that is relevant for company is very important. Manage also the permanence when you are speaking about carbon storage in the soil, because there is some standards that are asking you to monitor this for all the life of a farmer when investing in a project. If you are able to contract with a farmer for 5 years, it's a lot. And after, how are you managing permanence after 5 years? And this is where I think the public sector also can play a role to secure farmer and company to manage this permanence.
Great, thank you. We actually had a third question on the biodiversity aspect, but if we do so, we won't have any time for questions. So I think if anyone, we're going to take 2-3 questions from the audience, if you have any. Or if you don't, we'll ask a question. Yeah.
Thanks. I have a question, not for the panelists, but for the presentations before. I come from Foundation Global Nature in Spain. And when you say that nature credits are still emerging because there is a lack of market, that's for sure, we have a lack of market too in carbon farming. But yes, I would like to bring here that my entity, we have developed an approach to measure, verify, and monitor biodiversity in agrarian systems, and we're going to introduce it tomorrow in the Carbon Plus Nature session, just in case you are interested to come and have a look at it. Because we can, it's based in a metric-based approach, and I think it's very mature. We have been developing it in the last 5 to 10 years with agro-industries, and just to let you know that there is a way to do it, and it's affordable, and it's comparable, and you can use it for 1 year to have data on biodiversity, and just to let you know that we will introduce that, because I saw in your comparison that you didn't find very good methodologies to measure biodiversity and have claims on that. So just to let you know that we have something interesting for that.
Okay. I'm back to my question before. Is that bad? Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe we can take a few questions. Yeah.
Well, I don't have a question, but I have a couple of comments. And I will take them as complementary comments, perhaps. Yeah, sorry. I have a tendency to move around my hands because I'm Spanish. But Aaron, during your presentation, you mentioned the Court of Auditors report from September 2024. And that report was saying that the CAP is not doing enough. So perhaps to complement, I would say that there is a study from the EU CAP network from May 2025 saying that over the period of 2023 to 2027, the CAP is expected to deliver 35 million tons of CO2 equivalent in terms of emission reductions and removals. So we're going to talk about the CAP potential, let's take both reports into account. But of course, the CAP is not the primary objective of the CAP is not to deliver on carbon, but all the support for farmers, though it does have a dimension for that. Now, the CRCF in the country that has the objective to deliver on carbon removals, and perhaps here I will turn to Clotilde, and that's a comment towards you. I fail to understand your point about the claims not being, double counting of claims not being a problem. I do think that there is a problem securing a demand if we don't know what we use those credits for and how can companies claim those credits. So perhaps a little bit more refinement, or perhaps it was a misunderstanding from my side since it's Tuesday afternoon and I'm quite dense. But I do think that we need to ensure there are rules on how to claim those credits so that there is demand from the market and the farmers can upscale the practices. So That's everything from my list. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one last point. Are there other, okay, two remarks or questions?
Yeah, thanks. Antoine from Clim, so we are a project developer and MRV provider. I think one of you mentioned during the presentation that with premium pricing, usually it gets stuck at the pilot level. I think it was coming from you. I was wondering if you had more insight to share about that and what were, in your opinion, or at the panel, or in the panel, what were the reasons for that? And if this is specific to France, in your opinion?
That is limited to pilot scale?
My question is about the different option of the financing that you showed. Would you have some specific recommendation for the small scale farm, and especially the small scale farm which are like quite regenerative already, and which, if we take the baseline here as if today, wouldn't be rewarded by the carbon credits system? So would you have any streams or recommendation for the financing model for this highly regenerative small scale farm?
So while I'm moving, I will answer your question regarding what do we mean when we say that the premiums are restricted to pilots. It's just what we get from the field. You know, we work with French cooperatives, and all of them told us they have some programs for which the agri-food pay the premiums. And then for like 80–90% of the crops, the agri-food value chain tell them, okay, either you provide me with a KPI, either if you're not happy, I will move to the other cooperative. I don't know to which extent it's true, but this is what they say. Yeah. And then I don't know if it's limited to France or to the other countries, but as these value chains are, cross countries, I figure it will be the same in other countries.
On this topic, if I just can complete, I think we find in our project more and more companies that are moving from practice-based incentive to outcome-based incentives, and with some measurable targets on carbon, but also biodiversity. And I think the trend is more on this now, from my side.
No, briefly on the scaling thing, I think now you probably have like pilots in between, and the question mark is how do you scale to the maximum? So I think it depends which spectrum we're speaking about. On our hand, we've moved away from like pilot. We're speaking about like, whether like partnerships with like big cooperatives, so that means like a significant volume for us, or carbon farming at rather scale, even from a certificate standpoint. But yeah, the question mark is how do you reach the 100% basically?
Do you want to say something about the biodiversity part?
Yeah, maybe quickly about the nature credit point. That I think a few questions on that. So my point here was that for nature credits, and especially when we talk about biodiversity, that it's always local specific. Yeah, we talk about site-specific biodiversity. So biodiversity on mineral soils in Spain are different than biodiversity on organic land in lowlands of Netherlands, right? So, and that makes it so unique and difficult to do these measurements. I didn't say it's impossible or you can't do it. I just said it's even more difficult, and we just heard also from the business side that what they want is they want a level playing field, they want harmonized approaches so it's not fragmented, right? And that makes it so difficult with these nature credits. And that was my point I wanted to make here. And that's why I also see it very early stage at the moment. But good point that you said that, yeah, there is examples on the ground that's starting off. And maybe one sentence to the Common Agriculture Policy, because you said 35% of the CAP should deliver to environmental objectives, right, I think? And that was by the DG Agri, I think, the report on estimation. Yeah, exactly. And the point from the Court of Auditors has been and always is that while there is this potential, it is not measured on the ground. And this is also being accepted by DG Agri and also repeatedly said by the JSC, saying, yes, there is the potential and we can say what the objectives are. We have the result indicators, we have the output indicators and all these things in place, but we don't know on the ground how much is actually being emissions reduced and carbon being captured and sequestered. And I think that's a big problem here. But I'm not saying, and that I think maybe a big important point, that the CAP has to do that all the time to measure it on the ground. But if you want to do these claims or say this is what the CAP is delivering, then of course you need to be sure, right? We cannot talk about potentials. We have to know. And then there was the last question, sorry, yeah, on when you made, yeah?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to add that when we bring up issues with regulation, and in particular this time of development of nature credits and the nature credit roadmap, it's important also to look at the other way, what is the best way? How can we make sure that they work in alignment and in synchronicity with the rest of the regulatory framework, so that law that are in place, the regulations that are in place already, that's the common denominator. That's like the lowest. And the nature credits is what brings it the height. And that's totally possible. For example, the nature restoration regulation, where the idea is to do no more harm and to treat ecosystem services in a completely different way. Like the combined factor together with the very strict MRV could make this a tremendous tool. So I want us to be careful when we present that regulation could be damaged to say, or it could be heightened and used, and we could work with the synergies in the regulatory framework and make this really excellent, sort of a race to the top as opposed to a race to the bottom. And not to forget, we're not just talking about exploitation anymore. We're talking about restoring nature, sometimes without building a swimming pool or whatever, a mine or whatever. And then we're treating the baseline in an entirely different way. So I just wanted to raise all the positive regulatory potentials to the people that are here, so they don't think that it's doom and gloom on the regulatory front. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah. I think maybe we can, because we have to finish off, right, Edouard? Yeah, okay. Maybe we can take that, and maybe we can leave that as a statement, and we take that off to the next networking discussion round. And I don't think I have to react to this, but thank you very much also for your view on this, and yeah. And Clotilde,
should I answer the last? Yeah, the one on double claiming. So you can still claim that you actually financed something with whatever actors. So your claim can still be made that you have financed it and put the money. And actually this gives you no reward today. It's completely voluntary. All people that are financing voluntarily. And so you just have this chocolate medal. And I mean, this is the case, it has been the case for 20 years in the voluntary carbon markets. If you buy something, you just bought something. And most of the people actually don't even claim them, don't even write it somewhere. Then, so there is this thing about, so anyway, it doesn't give you any benefits so far, but I completely agree with that we could invent all kind of benefits that could be attached to this kind of funding. I mean, it would be really a good thing to do. Any kind of fiscal gratification, whatever, any kind of stuff. And then the other thing is, but I do understand that for operators, intermediaries, they need to sell something. And it's better for them to say, well, you're the only one that you will have the exclusive property right to your credits. But what's happening so far is that operators are selling permanent credits for non-permanent removals. I mean, I'm saying that the very product that is being sold and the very claim that is attached to it is changing, is being modified. So the product that has been purchased 2 years ago won't be the product that will be available in the next years. So I think I agree that it's a problem for the operators, but it doesn't change the accountability, I mean the accounting system that just exists this way and can't be done another way. Done.
Well, just to close the debate, I think it's an open debate. We don't have the same position. I agree with you.
You used to agree.
Yeah, but it's good to have different thoughts on it. And we all wait for collective rules and claims so that we can launch the transition.
Yeah. Yeah. Romain, I don't know if you want to make a small conclusion.
No, maybe just, do you want to say a last word or no, it's okay. So thank you very much for attending to this session. We can stay a few minutes or so if you have some questions.